On behalf of the organization committee, I would like to thank the unfailing support of the sponsor. Quite a number of sponsors this year. It's very great you all continue to support the XCION itself, as well as the participant joining the conference. Without all of your support, this conference would not be a success. I wish all of you a fruitful time in this conference, and that you may forge many friendships and also generate new ideas with the vendors, with the new friends that you have forged in this seminar to help you to secure your ICT environment. With that, I'd like to thank everyone and do stay safe and be healthy. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, William. So, buddy, we have came a long way. 10 years of community work. I still remember when we started, yeah, and of course, I got to mention our third co-founder's name in Indonesian CIO network. I will forever remember Pa Harrison. Without his generous spirit, we will not be here today. With that, maybe two other quick message. Just now from the floor, somebody said, Pare, you got your logo wrong. It's I, it should not be X. Okay, so a message from us again. X is a new rebranding for the community. So like what William also say, we always say there's always a positive side to everything. With the COVID, we got a bit more time. We reach out across to Singapore and Malaysia. We got similar logo communities up in both Malaysia and Singapore. So the X is a rebranding, showing that we are now in 3 countries. So in fact, for me, as one of the original co-founders, together with William, we are trying to get more activities going up in the rest of the ASEAN region. So that topic, we will come out during our closed door session for the advisory board when the co-founders report in. So I'll keep the news up for later discussion. Second, I will hand back to the MC to introduce the distinguished speaker for the first session. So Audie, remember also, yeah, just to keep the speakers' spirits up. Yeah, we are going to continue that popular speaker voting. Audie, back to you as MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. William, for your excellent information, and Pare as well. Thank you so much for your information regarding the ICION and then XCION. So yeah, we're really enjoying it, Mr. William. So yeah, like what Pare mentioned, I also want to remind for all of the attendees to do not forget to vote your favorite speaker or panelist or moderator. Please contact Vina via WhatsApp number at +62 896 3798 ICION and then XCION. So yeah, we really in line. I will put the number on the chat so you can see on the chat as well and can vote for your favorite speaker. So yeah, now we move on to the next session is a Go Poweredless powered by blockchain secure authentication that will be presented by Mr. Taib Mustafa. He is a director and COO of Avanas Malaysia. Please welcome Mr. Taib. I'm hand over to you.
Thank you, Audie. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all the participants, the organizer. Thank you, Pak Ray, and all the founders. Really appreciate to be here and really happy to share my presentation to the benefits of the audience. We talk about the next generation passwordless blockchain authentication, and it's how it's important to change the way we do things in this and make it our life easier, but at the same time make our life secured with all these hackers that trying to come into our digital world. Okay. So today, when we talk about Go Passwordless with blockchain authentication, we will introduce the solution, why we should forget about password, and why blockchain certification is positioned to be the leading technology that will replace ID and password in the future. What are the customer experience, the use cases that we want to have with blockchain certification, and why work with the technology of blockchain secure authentication. So let's start. Just to introduce myself first, I'm the Director, CEO for FNS Malaysia. We are 100% owned by FNSB Korea. So basically, our mission is to provide a secure, trust, convenient digital user experience with a passwordless blockchain certification that comes in together with multi-factor authentication. And why this is important when we talk about cybersecurity today and the challenges that we had continuing from yesterday's discussion. We talk about governance, risk and compliance. We talk about securing our parameters or platform, whether it's in cloud or on-premise, endpoint, end user, and also how identities and devices has become threat intelligence, very critical threat intelligence feeds for our SIEM and our SOC operation. So basically, at the same time, BSA also ensure that the organization, especially the digital service provider, to achieve sustainable business growth and profitability with cost effectiveness and increase of productivity for easier business and also customer user access to their digital services while protecting their identity and privacy. And we also know what we have discussed so far is that username, ID, password have its own challenges, and it's no longer secure and cannot be trusted in moving forward in the digital form or in the digital services of the future when we move towards 5G, when we move towards high level of interconnected world, IoTs and everything else. So this is something that we need always to be, it is responsible for digital service provider to protect their users and customers from the cyber threats, such as the account takeover. We have discussed about that, the ransomware, and also from insider threats. This is something that is always give challenges to the businesses, the organization. And why passwordless BSA MFA is required? Because it's a true frictionless digital user experience that provide the value in terms of security, trust, and convenience to all the digital users and the organization digital ecosystem, including the supply chain and whoever is connected to the organization digital system. And with a seamless, passwordless, fast, convenient, trusted user onboarding, registration, sign up, sign in, or log in, this definitely will make a difference in terms of the competitiveness of the digital service provider in protecting both their users, their customers, as well as their digital business. Okay, this is my group CEO, as well the chairman of FNS Korea, and he's also the inventor, as well as the technology patent holder for the whole stack of technologies under BSA. And when we also have been awarded by OIC Global Cybersecurity Award last year, towards the end of last year, for making the world a safer place with a passwordless blockchain secure authentication. I think I will need help from Pak Ray to play our introduction video for the benefits to the audience to introduce what we're doing.
Yeah, just hang on a second while I boot up from my side.
Okay, so while waiting, the audience always can pass questions or anything that you like for me to respond. If we cannot do it live online, we always can come back to you personally via email. Okay, that's a short introduction of blockchain secure authentication. Okay, we will proceed with the presentation. Okay, so why passwordless? I think if we are still using password, then it's become a very high cybersecurity for our organization. As we all know that at least currently still 80%, 90% still using ID and password with multi-factor authentication. But again, any password is proven to be vulnerable and hackable, and it's become a nuisance for the users, the customer, to maintain the passwords and all this protecting the credentials. And I think to the users, it's always about convenience and how fast that they can get into the application, the web, the mobile applications without worrying about the security, but with convenience. So this is something that we need to improve a lot in terms of the customer, the user experience, but given the best security available today. And we also look at here 80% hacking incident caused by stolen, reused login information, compromise, and weak credentials. So there are so many exposed records in the darknet, in the dark web. And all of this can be prevented at least at 99.9% with multi-factor authentication. But multi-factor authentication together with blockchain authentication, that give them at least about 99.999% being blocked by all these attackers. So there are a lot of things that we need to consider as we see ID and password currently is the most vulnerable digital asset that we have. We need to move. The numbers is growing. For example, here 2, now maybe 3 or 4 or 5 people have their account hacked, have their password stolen, and have their personal information compromised. And if we look at how fast today that the hackers can crack our password, it only takes about 0.29 milliseconds just to crack 8-letter word password. But again, in managing password, it's all about managing the users, and this is where it's challenges for security administrators, the security services to control the user's behavior. So this is something that we need to have a better way, a better productive, efficient way in managing access to the digital world. So what we see is that password is no longer relevant in this today's digital world because so many breaches, so many malware breach, and we are not looking at people anymore. As I think we also discussed yesterday and today about using botnet, using robots to attack and take over our accounts and steal our credentials. So it's getting tougher, and it's easier for the hackers to come in and steal our ID and passwords and get our credentials. And again, password and users is always be the weakest security link because we do not have controls of the usage of the password, the storage of the passwords, and the users always looking ways and means to have a convenient way of getting their password remembered or shared to make sure that they can get into this system easily. And of course, users will pretty much leave it to the digital service provider to take care of the security. This is something give a burden to the digital service provider to make sure it's secure. But again, they do not have total control of how the user behavior in managing their ID and passwords. Okay, so we need to go to passwordless, and as you can see here, about 47% of people use password. That's still, for at least 5 years old, 21%, 10 years old password is still being used. So this is something that they create the weakest link. And since the first computer passwords that we used half a century ago, that entrusting our entire online life to a secret code is no longer good enough. So we have to move to a better way of managing our access to the digital services with blockchain secure authentication. But this is something that we do not have control over. The users looking at how they prefer convenience over security. This is something that we all see that the challenges that we have in managing the ID and password for our users. And some of the hackers also know the whole life cycle of ID and password. We always forget about the ID and password. So whenever we click to have the password renewed or we want to ask for the password replacement, this is also where one of the point of vulnerability that's come in and take over, the new password with the users not knowing that actually they are going to the hackers' websites to have a new password. So these are all things that we need to consider to move away from the ID and password. And the business impact on cybersecurity incidents, not only for the account takeover or the breaches of ID and password, is going very high today because it costs a lot of financial impact to the business. So it is an average cost about $4 million for data breaches per incident in 2021. I think these numbers will grow if we are not doing anything in managing our cybersecurity, especially in protecting our access to the digital services. So why blockchain secure authentication? When we look at digital world and the cyberspace and the cybersecurity requirements, it's always talk about the process, the practices, the environments that we are in, and the security risks that we are managing. And looking at the space today of cybersecurity have gone out of our own internal firewalls. It goes to the cloud, it goes to the multiple hybrid cloud, on-premise, on-cloud services, and the users also can be from anywhere, any parts of the world. So there are a lot of things that we need to consider. And number two, when we talk about trust, is always about the assurance of how we protect our resources and we are safe from any possible attacks. There is a measures of trustworthiness. At the same time, how we actually provide a trusted system for our internal users and our customers and our supply chain. And it goes back to the question of resilience, how resilient we are in protecting our organization to be able to anticipate, withstand, and recover any cyber incidents. This is very, very critical because there are a lot of costs in managing cyber incident just now. It's about $4 million USD, and it's not easy to recover for any cyber incidents. And most of the companies, especially the small, medium, and trust company, will not recover from cyber incidents. This is something we all need to remind ourselves, and we should have the ability to prepare respond and also to recover from any cyber attacks. And it's all about the question of how resilient is our business, how we can continue and survive to anticipate and also to withstand and recover any cyber attacks. And when we talk about zero trust principle, I think we have discussed earlier from Mr. William, we also looking at the three principles here. First is verify explicitly. So it's always being verified. Everything is being verified. The authentication, the authorization on all the data points, the user identity, the location, the device, the services, anything that is considered can be monitored through our SOC, through the ways of means of any anomalies that can be identified. Then we should be able to reduce the mean time to response. And the user, they use this privileged access, just in time, just enough access, something that we all need to look at again and review. And we always have to assume that a breach can happen anytime. This is something that we always need to manage. So the first thing first is that how we protect our users' devices that connected to our digital assets. This is something that we need to manage. So we are living in a VUCA world, so we need to counter any volatility with a vision. So the mission is here is to protect the users at all times. And we need to meet any uncertainties with understanding. So we have to understand the user behavior, the customer behavior. So we provide a specific protection for them to access to our digital services. And we need to be able to react with clarity on any complexities coming in, whether today or in the future. Because we see that the more and more complexity will come in with regulatory compliance, with the PDPA, with the GDPR requirements, protecting users' privacy. This is something that we all need to be able to have a clarity and understanding and a vision how we want to manage that. And we need to fight ambiguity with agility. Agility comes with resilience, how resilient we are in providing and protecting our users' environment. So with BSA, the core features is all about the authentication process. We talk about the 4 technologies to provide very fast 3 seconds multi-factor authentication, including the blockchain authentication and verification of the users and the device. And our unique digital ID, which is the one-time security key, is only generated whenever the user requests to log in. So when we define passwordless BSA MFA as part of Never Trust, Always Verify, because we always verify 2 things. One is the user profile, second is the user device. So basically, when we talk about how it's being applied in today's environment, because the data, the apps, the infrastructure, the network can be virtualized anywhere. And how is the importance of the security policy enforcement that need to be part of the organization to make sure that whoever that have access to your data, to the apps, to the infrastructure network, are valid, certified identities, users, and also devices. I think last time we always have the ID and password just managing the user identities. But now with blockchain authentication, you have both. So you know who exactly access to what, to your data, apps, infrastructure, or network. But at the same time, you also know what are the devices used to access to your digital assets. This is very important. And this data also with regard to the identities of the users, the devices that connected to your digital assets can be also a source of your threat intelligence feed, because this is very, very critical, very, very important to understand who are the users actually use your digital services in real time, and how you want to manage any possible threats coming from these users. I think for the infrastructure, the data, the infrastructure network, we always can have all these required infrastructure, security infrastructure to protect. But in terms of the users, in terms of the devices, these are always be the challenges of today, even though we have the EDR, the XDR, and everything else. But we need also to understand that it has to come together with identity to be verified, to be authenticated, to allow only the certified user and devices that comes into the services. So what is beyond password? It's always talk about multi-factor authentication. But multi-factor authentication only be able to be the best effective solution without ID and password. So we have to go passwordless. Because biometric authentication, soft token is something that is part of the blockchain secure authentication, but again, it's passwordless. So meaning there is no more threats for ID and passwords, then only multi-factor authentication will be more effective, more efficient, more productive to both the user and the security administrators. So when we look about yesterday, today, and the future, we are still on the ID and password world, but we consider that as the first generation, one-factor authentication. And then we introduced the second generation with SMS OTP. Most of the time, we're still using it today. Then we have certificate-based authentication also, the PKI. And then the third generation, we use the mobile, mostly the biometric authentication, the face, the fingerprint, and also multi-factor authentication with PKI, biometric, and token. But when we talk about the fourth generation, the next generation is always use blockchain as the main authentication factor. It's the key authentication factor. And we know the properties of blockchain as a distributed ledger technology that will have its own security built in by design to protect and reduce the attack surface. And within 3 seconds, most likely it won't be able to be hacked. So it's something that is relevant today in our digital security world. We need fast, we need secure, we need to have a trusted identities and devices to be connected to our services. Okay, this is something that's interesting. It was published in March 10, 2022, talking about why decentralization is the future of digital identities. A decentralized identity could replace the need for usernames and passwords altogether and work with other form of authentication to provide the required level of attestation, who you are, what you have, and what you know. So this is where we come in as the blockchain secure authentication to replace username and password, and also to provide the attestation of you, who you are, what you have, because we have both who you are with your user profile and your identity. What you have is your mobile. And at the same time, we also have the blockchain to prove who you are and what you have and what you know with the multi-factor authentication. And basically, we also know that authentication method using username and password, whenever the account is hacked, we are at the mercy of the company, or the service provider to reclaim back our account and personal data. And this has been a very challenges. It's not so prevailing here in the ASEAN market because we don't have a very strict privacy laws. But if it's GDPR, the EU and certain states in Europe and other parts of the world, US, there are more and more restriction in protecting the user privacy, the personal information identification. This is something that we all need to be ready, because I think ASEAN is part of the global economy, as part of the digital economy that we want to be connected with. We have to be prepared to protect our users' privacy and data confidentiality. Okay, so when we talk about next generation digital identity and secure authentication solution, This is something that we are looking at, how we enable security, convenience, trust, and performance through a passwordless blockchain. And with decentralized and distributed one-time security key, which is our digital ID, this will enable security, trust, and performance all together with fast, secure authentication. The 4 technologies that we use currently is patented technology. We are the only one that provide this technology today for distributed blockchain authentication. This also will enable security, trust, and performance. The challenges today is always about managing security, but at the same time also managing convenience for the users and customers. Also being challenges for the users, the customer, they always want convenience, forget about security. But for the security, the service provider, they need to comply with the regulatory requirements if you are a financial service provider. If you are any organization, you want to protect your businesses, your digital services, so you have to put in high level of security but less convenience. This is where we come in, blockchain security. We provide both. We provide security, and we also provide convenience and also trust within that blockchain secure authentication. So in summary, basically a user experience, privacy, standardization, security, scalability that we provide to all our customers. And again, when we look at the technology itself, this is something I like to make sure that everybody understands. The technology is very new. It just being transferred to outside of Korea, I think for the past 1.5 years. It's still new in the ASEAN countries and the rest of the world. We were at Geneva last month promoting this technology to IQT World, and we have about more than thousands of participants, as well as key delegates from almost all the countries. They have shown a lot of interest and interest with regard to this new technology and how it can address their current issues and problems in dealing with ID and password. Number one, when we talk about the multiple identifier random combination, this is the MIRC. They will pick any randomly of this potential identifier from the device, from the users, and they create the one-time security key. So the algorithm, the artificial intelligence, and everything as a part of it, once it's created the one-time security key, we distributed through MDV to all the nodes, the KN chain, the registered user with their mobile. And then we have the hybrid blockchain, the KN chain, to make sure that it's being distributed through a secure network of blockchains. So how does it work? So basically, we will have a demo shortly. This is our use cases today with these customers with more than 1 million users in Korea. In Malaysia, we have a few. There are still customers that looking at the trial services and POCs. It's already approved for the government use in Korea. It's quite restricted for in Korea to have any application to be approved at the government level. So they have multiple banking services, ICT services, education, enterprise, and SME. Okay, and now we go to the customer experience itself. So maybe Pak Ray can help me again, just to show how fast and how easy to use blockchain secure authentication.
Sure, Pak. I will have to stop your screen. Yeah.
Sure.
Hang on a second.
Are we doing okay on the time?
Yes, you are
Okay.
on time. No issue at all. Hang on a
Okay,
second.
great. Okay, that's a short demo to demonstrate how fast and how easy it is. I think we will move on.
Okay,
So in
I got some
summary,
media.
yeah. Are we on?
Let me stop my video. Yeah, hang on a second. How's your
Everybody see my screen?
I can see your screen. The problem is the
Okay. If everybody see the screen, then we can continue. Okay. Okay, can we continue?
yes, you can. Apologies. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Pak Ray. So basically, if you can see, we guarantee the blockchain authentication will gonna be within 3 seconds. The only thing and the device using your biometrics, this is something that will take some time, but we guarantee at least from the user login until the blockchain authentication will be 3 seconds. Then this is something we ensure that wherever you are as part in the world, I think we have tested it in Geneva as well, and some of the users of the current customer also is outside of Malaysia, in New Zealand and other part of the world. They're also using this to do the authentication. So this is something that's very fast. If you're looking at the login attempt, you can use your ID only. You can have the QR scan. You can have the OTP and the TOTP. TOTP is basically designed especially for the digital banking services that require offline authentication whenever they cannot be connected their mobile to the internet. So they still can use the mobile as part of the one-time or time-based OTP to do the authentication to log in. So this is very well designed to make sure that all the users, regardless of their age, regardless of their location, whether they have internet or do not have internet access, to be able to securely enter into the application or the web. Okay, so whenever it goes to the blockchain for the blockchain authentication, and then we pass back to the first thing is if you look at number 3, this is where the user confirmation need to be done the first time they do the login attempt. And this one to make sure that we have the right device ID that is registered with a BSA. So the verification is done not only for the user but also for the device. And we do the blockchain verification. Once the blockchain verification is done, so we will pass it back to the user to the second factor authentication to use your biometrics and also any passcode or any preferred second factor authentication. Then it will only then allow for the user to come in. So this is very, very fast authentication. So basically, we can do without the second factor authentication from the mobile if that is required, especially for machine-to-machine IoT authentication. They can just use a very fast blockchain process. That's all. If most of the services that digital, especially digital banking, they will require the user itself to do the second factor authentication. So we are very flexible, depends on the use cases to make sure that your user experience is be very well managed and meet the requirements. And again, here, it doesn't matter whether you log in through your mobile or to your web, then it's the same experience. The only thing for mobile applications with BSA is even much faster. You just key in your user ID and your biometrics, and that's it. So this is something to show how convenient it is. At the same time, it's secure to have these services. We also provide value-added services in terms of eKYC if the customer require a seamless automated user customer onboarding, I think we face a lot of these issues during the pandemics, during the where we cannot do counter face-to-face verification and authentication. And now we are moving toward the digital banking services, or most of the digital services require automated user onboarding. So with BSA plus eKYC or eKYB, or that require a PKI for digital signings, we always can integrate to make life and business easier, to make sure that it's a seamless experience, and at the same time the security is there. So this is a very, very important today, this seamless automated user customer onboarding. So this is what we are familiar with. This is an example from one of the trial services that we have is a merchant. They need to have a sign in and sign up for their seller, for their buyer. And for this both experience, they require username and ID and password. It's very inconvenient. They want to have a very competitive advantage to have blockchain passwordless secure authentication. So what we propose is to get rid of the ID and passwords altogether, and come together with blockchain certification. Just use your user ID, or you just use the QR scan or OTP or TTP to log in from the web. If it's mobile, then it's much easier. Just use the user ID to do the sign in or the sign up. So basically, when we look at every time the user ID is being verified, it's always being verified with BSA for the device and as well as for the user, and automatically will request the user to have the second authentication using their mobile. And same with QR code as well. So you just scan, I think the fastest way with QR code, because it's already customized and secured with your own QR code, then this QR code can be used to verify your device as well as your second factor authentication required, but it's very fast. No need to key in anything, just scan the QR code. The next one is the OTP. At the same time, OTP, you need to key in your user ID to make sure that you are the right user. And at the same time, you'll be verified through your mobile to have the OTP. So this one also is very fast OTP, but you still need to key in the OTP and the user ID. So everything, user ID, QR scan, OTP, this should still always be authenticated by our blockchain. At the same time, the user second factor authentication biometric verification. So we do need to have the full user's credentials. You only need to have the user ID, and your ID normally given by the service provider that own the customer. And in terms of what are the policy that they want to have their user ID, and we just need the email as well as their mobile number. These are the three credentials that we need. So the rest is belong to the user. We don't store any other biometrics verification that they use, the user use. Their face or their fingerprint or their passcode is all being managed and secured by the user by their device. This is something we give it back to the user to have their own personal security, not sharing it with us during the blockchain secure authentication. For offline, TOTP is always available. So I think most of the digital users, especially the banking, they have to carry the hardware token to have this TOTP. Now no more. So the digital banking services then can save a lot of money in managing hardware token. So this is all available as part of the services. And again, if your mobile apps, so you go through the authentication, the biometric, but it's going to be very fast. It's because it's always, if you use the registered mobile, it's going to be very, very fast. Just have your user ID and have the biometric done. If you're done the biometrics, when you log in using BSA powered or integrated application, then it's very, very fast. So why go password? passwordless. Go passwordless. For us, we see that how organizations today are struggling in managing their users' access to their services, their digital services. We talk about the security, the trust, the convenience, the performance, and also we talk about the ROI. How it saves the operational costs, how it prevents cybersecurity incidents, and how they don't need to have any additional hardware token to provide the access. So security, I think we have talked a lot about it. Convenient, yes, but I like to focus more on the performance. So this is where when we talk about the user, the customer, they always want to see that it's fast. It's something that they don't want to struggle. Remember all the password, managing the password. They need to change the password, or they need to carry additional token hardware, to do the authentication securely. So this is something we also talk about the performance of the service provider. So if the service provider looking at something that can be a very competitive edge with the rest of their competitors, so they're looking at not only security and convenience, but also the performance of the services and the ROI. Okay. So BSA basically is a smart choice today. It's very relevant in today's digital security, digital requirements in managing our security compliance regulatory requirements, and also to provide the organization resiliency in terms of how fast and how secure that you have your users' devices connected to your digital assets. This is something that we like to offer to all our customers, talking about convenience, security, and trust. We're also in the process of getting our blockchain authentication to be certified under common criteria ISO 15048 with Cybersecurity Malaysia. The timeline is going to be April this month. We should get our certification soon. This is something that we like to promote, that it's always about question about trust. So we have gone through the CCRA certification. So this is something also a requirement for countries like in Indonesia, for example, when we talk to VSSN, we also talk other regulators, IMDA, in Singapore, for example, so that it will help us to ensure trust and security in terms of our product. In terms of the performance, we provide complete SLA, so for all the services that we provide, the API, the integration, the SDK. So these are something that we provide together with our service. And we also can work out with the customers how they can get their return on their investment. I think most of the customers, we're looking at about all the way up to 70% of the operational cost saving, especially where they are moving or migrating from ID and password to passwordless. And then also something that what are the use cases that they are looking at, whether from the user, internal users, or the customers, their end users, or their supply chain. This is something that we are looking at. This is something that we always work out with our customers in helping them to understand the value of blockchain certification as a service, as a platform, and basically we also do not charge the user license based on application. So one user license can be integrated with unlimited application on board within the organization. So that's a cost saving already. Okay, so to summarize that, a trusted identity access management of the future with embedded credential protection. I think we have some discussion also yesterday talking about the privacy protection and the requirements, how we can protect privacy and confidential data. This is something that we need to start with who we give access to the data, who we give access to the services, who we give access to the network, who we give access to the infrastructure, whether it's internal, whether it's administrator, whether it's offline, online, whether it's our partners, resellers, So these are something that we need to have the trust and passwordless, the transparency, the capability to have the audit trails and forensics, the advanced security, and ultimately the user customer experience. Okay, let's collaborate. We work in partnership to deliver a safer and better digital world with PSA because it's still new. When we talk about passwordless, it's still new. When we talk about blockchain, it's pretty much new. So there are a lot of discussion that we have to discuss, and of course we offer our services on-premise, on cloud, which customize white label solution. It can be hosted locally at your countries, and you can have a full assurance in terms of data residency, locality, sovereignty, and also having the total local solutions that meets your requirements. The SLA, SLG, we also make sure that the experience of the services with the POC, with trial services, and then we can work out how effective the total solution be when you do your migration from ID and password to passwordless, or to have PCI, DCS compliance or any compliance requirement to have a multi-factor authentication with BSA. We have the flexibility of integrating whether your cloud service provider or your solution providers to make sure that you have a secure and fast access to your digital services. So we are very committed to make the world a safer place with passwordless blockchain authentication, and to protect organization individuals from any threat factors, whether it's insider threats or any outsider threats. This is something we are committed to do. We see the needs. We see that we have suffered a long way, with ID and password. We know, we understand the challenges. I've been there when I joined Telecom Malaysia, for example, in 1991. We still have our mainframe services with ID and password, and then we move toward client server technology with ID and password, and then now we have the mobile application with ID and password. So there are a lot of challenges in having managing this ID and password, and sometimes when you forget about your password and you call the numbers, there's no response. Especially when you try to do financial transaction overseas. It's very, very frustrating. I think that's the reason our chairman create the technologies, not only for security, but also convenience, because he also having the same problem in Korea, trying to manage his ID and password to all the application, the mobile application, the web application, the bank's application to get access to their accounts. So let's forget about username, ID, and password. Moving forward, we know the challenges in security, trust, privacy, and compliances. We know that it's not convenient. It's something. It's gives us a lot of problems, headaches, not only for the users, the customers, but also to the back end, the security administrators, the SOC, the managed service providers, help desk, and that managing the user ID and password. We always have question about zero trust, never trust, and always verify for username, ID, and password, because it doesn't matter how strong it is, how is the process is. We always have we always see the vulnerability, and always have the problems in dealing with the hackers today, because the hackers are using more advanced robots to take over our ID and password and our credentials. So let's go passwordless, and we can guarantee you your security, trust, privacy, and compliance. We can ensure your fast and convenient digital services that will benefit to your users, your customers, to your supply chains, all your digital service ecosystems with the same experience, and we make sure that you have a zero trust. Okay, so that's all that I have today. Hopefully, this will give some lights into how we can solve our problems dealing with ID and password, and how we can move forward being a digital services provider. With that, I will pass it back to Odi or Pak Ri.
Okay, Mr. Taib, you still have 5 minutes, but if you
Okay.
take over.
Yeah, can we have some of the questions? We do have questions from the floor or from the audience.
Hey, Alday, this is Nicholas here. I just want to take
Nicholas.
the opportunity to thank you. My boss, he is also my chairman in the Malaysian Technical Standards Forum Berhad MTSS Play. Yeah, so I personally have been helping him in the generation, in the development of the technical codes, yeah, for MTSSP since year 2017. Yeah, so beside that, he is also the COO and the director of FNS Malaysia. Thank you so much, Jitai. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's great to be here and to share our services and how it can benefit all the digital provider out there, all the organizations. I think we all have the same problems, whether we are in Malaysia, Singapore, or in Indonesia, or any parts of the world. Because when we were in Geneva, they also expressed their unhappiness, and also they are tired of having their ID and password from Middle East, from Europe, from US, Canada, from South America, and from the African nations. They're all having the same problem like us. So this is something new, something exciting for all of us to move passwordless blockchain secure notification. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Pak Ray, and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just launched a pool to stir at least a survey, so to raise some awareness. So audience out there, you can vote, you're still using password, organizations, you're using 2FA, or you are more advanced, you're using MFA.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a very interesting question. Yeah, I'd like to see the result also.
Mr. Type, so after Geneva, you know, I hope we can see you at Bali.
Yes,
Really?
yes, yeah. I'm looking forward to have a physical interaction in Bali as well. As you know, virtual have the advantages and disadvantages. We cannot make jokes in the virtual virtual presentation because we don't know whether the joke is accepted or not, and nobody is laughing at us. So, okay, it's interesting. 37% now, 42% is using MFA, so that is good. But if you are still using ID and password with your MFA, you still have at risk on that as well. So let's move to blockchain passwordless with MFA. All right.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Tai, for your excellent presentation. We are really enjoying it. And then, please, for all of the attendees, please help us to vote to polling for the MFA solution. And then, I want to remind you again to do not forget to choose your favorite speaker or panelist or moderator. Please contact Vina via WhatsApp number at +62 96 37 98 0369. Please vote now if you want to vote Mr. Taib. Okay, so our next topic session is how threat intelligence drives resilience in threat detection and response. It's my pleasure to introduce Miss Taunia Lancaster from AT&T Cybersecurity, who will be our speaker for this topic. Miss Taunia, I hand over to you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. I can hear you.
Hi, Audi. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone having us at the conference. I will attempt to share my screen. As you can see, I am in San Francisco, California, where it is beautiful and 11 o'clock at night. Well, actually, it's 9 o'clock at night. but I am happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. So let me share my screen and we'll get started. It says the host has disabled attendee screen sharing.
You
I
already
have enabled you as host. Yeah, now you can share.
Okay, let me try this again. All right.
Should be working. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's working now. Give me 1 second. Sorry about this. A little bit of making sure I'm sharing the right presentation. Okay. So can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
can see it.
Great. And are you seeing slideshow? Are you all seeing the slideshow, or are you seeing kind of everything?
I can see everything.
Yeah, okay, we have a problem here. Give me just 1 second. Sorry about this, technical difficulties.
I think you need to make it full screen.
I actually am. So, is that better?
This still same. I can see everything. Yeah, now it's better. I think now it's full screen ready.
All right, thank you everyone. We were supposed to work some of these out before, so I apologize for having to do it live. My name is Tanya Lancaster, and I work with AT&T Alien Labs, which is the threat intelligence unit of AT&T cybersecurity. As you may know, we're one of the largest telecom providers in the world. We also have a very large cybersecurity group, and of course, we work with a whole group of MSSPs, including Proventel. So I'm happy to be here on behalf of Proventel. Thank you for inviting me. I specifically work within AT&T Cybersecurity, our threat intelligence group, which is Alien Labs is the threat intelligence unit of AT&T Cybersecurity. And I do what we call our trends research, and I also work with our threat intelligence group on a lot of our reports that we put out, requests for intelligence that we put out to our own chief security office, as well as threat intelligence report that we put out to the general public. And I'm here to talk a little bit about our threat intelligence unit at AT&T, how we curate our threat intelligence, what we think is important in terms of building resiliency within that threat intelligence. So as we feed it into our threat detection and response platform, that we're able to build resiliency in threat detection and response. And I'm gonna ask that if you guys can't see my slides or you can't hear me, please speak up, because I'm having limited vision on my end in terms of what I can tell you guys can see or not. So just keep me honest here and let me know by speaking up that you guys are still hearing me and you're still seeing slides.
No worries, Tanya. All good. All good.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Yeah, if anything cuts out, please just give me a holler.
No
So I want to just talk a little bit to give some context. As I mentioned, I work with AT&T Alien Labs, which is the threat intelligence unit of AT&T Cybersecurity. And that is the group that basically supports the threat intelligence that we curate, we collect, we curate, we validate, we expand, and we enrich, and then we feed into our AT&T USM platform, which is the platform that Provintel uses as its managing services for its clients around managed threat detection and response. The reason that it's so important in terms of talking about how we do threat intelligence is because the threat intelligence that we feed into that platform is really what drives those high fidelity detections in that platform. So in terms of being able to take events and understand what events are those normalized events and what are those things that we should be concerned about, those things that would escalate up to an alarm. And then if something does escalate up to alarm, what does it mean in terms of how we look at it from an investigation point of view? If something is an alarm, how do we investigate that? How quickly can we identify it? How quickly can we investigate it? And then how quickly can we respond to it? So that's really founded in the basis of the quality of the threat intelligence that we feed into that platform, and that comes from AT&T Alien Labs. So in terms of what our group is, it really is consisted of 3 core areas. First of all, any threat intelligence program out there is only as good as the raw data that you're collecting to feed into the systems that then validate that raw data as, is this an IOC? Is this something I should be concerned about? Or is it a false positive? So the raw data that goes in is very important, and for us to be able to have a broader, large global landscape in terms of that data that we're pulling into our systems that do that analysis. And of course, we add enrichment on that. So that where we get our threat intelligence, where we get that raw threat data is the first piece. The second piece is, what are those systems that we've built over the years that we use, including those analytic systems, those machine learning algorithms that we're using, those things, and actually a lot of automation as well, where we're checking databases that we've built over decades. What are those systems that we've built that once we have that raw threat data, that we're then pulling into those systems to do that analytics, to do that automation, to do that enrichment, so that we're validating that raw threat data. Is it actually something we should be worried about? And then if it is something we think we should be worried about, then we're enriching it with either information that we already have in our systems. So for example, we may be getting an indicator of a compromise on a new variant of malware, which we already know is associated with a larger malware family, and then we can pull in that additional enrichment. So those are those systems. And then the third piece of that is our team of human researchers and data scientists. So we have a team that, when we look at that threat intelligence, they make determinations if we need to do further investigation on it as a team. We also have a team of data scientists who are training our machine learning algorithms. We use machine learning in our analysis of our threat intelligence, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And in order to do that, we need a team of data scientists who are basically training those algorithms as we move forward. So when we talk about Alien Labs, the threat intelligence unit, we're not just talking about the people, we're talking about the threat data, we're talking about the analytics, the machine learning, the automation systems that we have in place, and we're talking about the research team, that the human beings that we have in place. Everybody still with me? I just want to make sure. I'm going to check in every once in a while to make sure people are hearing me.
Oh, good. Loud and clear, Tanya. Loud and clear. Perfect.
Great, great. So when we talk about where do we get that raw threat data, so if you think about that first piece, as I mentioned, when we talk about threat intelligence, it's really important that wherever you're getting that raw threat data, that information that's coming into your systems that you're trying to validate, okay, is this something that we should be worried about? Is this an actual IOC? Is this a new tactic by a threat actor? We need to make sure that we have a very broad scope. So what we do at Alien Labs, we get that raw threat data from a couple of different places. First of all, we get it from what we call the AT&T Alien Labs Open Threat Exchange, What this is one of the largest, probably I think at this point, the world's largest open threat intelligence community. And I'll talk a little bit about the Open Threat Exchange later in this presentation. Right now, we have 200,000 security professionals globally in more than 140 different countries who are contributing to OTX. And there's reasons they're doing that. We've built a free platform. It's free to join. You don't have to be buying there's no membership fee. You simply give your email address and you can sign up. And it's a thriving communities of security professionals who are contributing raw threat intelligence, raw threat data into that platform on a daily basis. We also get raw threat data from our own sensors that we deploy. We have a platform that Provintel uses in servicing its customer. It's called the USM Anywhere platform. That's our threat detection and response platform. We have sensors that we are collecting pseudonymized data from that platform from all of our customers globally. That pseudonymized data is coming into Alien Labs and providing kind of a continuous feedback loop of data and information that's coming into our analysis systems. Those are the two major places that we're getting that raw threat data. And I'll talk to you all about what we then do with that. We also do some third-party feeds. We have relationships with government agencies. We pull feeds from open source databases. We also have industry partnerships and alliances with nonprofit groups in the industry. And we also pull in feeds from vendor advisories. So we're also pulling that into our analysis systems that we're using to curate. Those third-party feeds, though, only make up about 10% of that raw threat data that is bringing in. OTX, that Open Threat Exchange, that Open Threat Intelligence community is extremely powerful for us in terms of the response time that we can get real-time information coming into our systems, because that community is so active that when something happens, they are literally within the same day pulling information into OTX, and we then benefit from that. And so we're getting real-time information literally on the same day basis. I will also point out, you'll see on the left side of the screen, you'll see kind of a global circle. There are three entities within AT&T as a company that work very closely together. First of all, with Alien Labs, in terms of us curating and analyzing our threat intelligence. The AT&T Chief Security Office, we have a very close relationship with the AT&T Chief Security Office for Alien Labs. And the reason we have that, the CSO at AT&T is the office that protects the AT&T global IP backbone. And you can imagine the amount of data that they have coming in and the amount of attacks that are on an ongoing basis of adversaries trying to attack we're one of the largest telecom providers in the world. We're constantly being attacked. And so that information of the things that we're seeing and we're pulling in from that, from the artifacts that we're seeing from that, we're aligning with that Chief Security Office so that we gain visibility of that for our benefits and our own threat intelligence. We have our own global security operations centers within AT&T. We have very close relationships with those SOCs, and we're constantly exchanging information with them about threat intelligence. And then I mentioned the Open Threat Exchange. So that's just to give you an idea of the breadth and the scale of where we're getting that raw threat data. Now, once we pull in that raw threat data, we have to do something with it. We can't just assume that everything is valid. We have to make sure that we are extracting and expanding any information that we're getting. So what you're seeing right here is what we call the threat intelligence lifecycle wheel of AT&T Alien Labs. What it really is, what this wheel is really doing is giving you an idea of kind of the cycle of how we cycle through our continuous updating and enrichment of our threat intelligence. So if you look at the top of the wheel, I just talked pretty extensively about that, where we do our threat data collection. We have both those internal sources, Open Threat Exchange, I mentioned our own USM Global Sensor Network, as well as our external sources. We do some vendor advisories, we do some industry alliances. What we then do is we pull that raw threat data into our own analytics systems, our own machine learning systems that we've built over the course of, I'd say, 15 plus years now. We extract and we expand that raw threat data. And so what we'll do in terms of extracting and expanding, we're comparing it to, we have built up a series of URL system and IP reputational databases where we can, for example, take IOCs that are coming in from that raw threat intelligence, and we can cross-check it against what we know are malicious IPs and what we know are malicious URLs. We also have a series of social feeders that we're pulling in information from social feeds where we're getting information about new threat artifacts, and we're correlating it against that. But we also have other systems that we use. So we have malware analysis systems. We use both static agents in which we're looking at the malware without actually running it in, say, a sandbox, and we use dynamic analysis. So when we get that raw threat data, we'll run it through some of our automated systems first to do kind of that first pass check. If we see something that maybe we haven't seen before, or we need to do a further investigation, for example, we may then route it to our dynamic analysis and actually run that malware in a sandbox so we can do further investigation. So that's where we get deeper into understanding if, for example, we're seeing a malware variant of a particular malware family or something new that we haven't seen before. That's where we're actually running the malware and we're doing further analysis on it. And in that portion of it, we're also using machine learning. So we have been using machine learning now for more than 5 years within our own Alien Labs Threat Intelligence Unit. And what we do with that machine learning is we've been training algorithms for years to see variations in, for example, malware family. We know that threat actors and adversaries often use variations on malware that's already been out in the wild for years. And so we've actually trained our algorithms, and we have machine learning capabilities that if we see a variant of a particular malware family, we're able to more quickly identify it and cluster it into a particular family. So that just gives us a better ability to identify malware variants more quickly. Those are all automated systems. What we then do is, obviously, there are some things that we need to do even further investigation. And if you look down at the bottom of this wheel, you'll see threat research. That's actually where our human researchers come into play. That's where we may see something that is very, very new, or we just need to dig into it with human analysis, because there's only so much that our analytics and our machine learning systems can do. Oftentimes we have to bring in our threat researchers who actually do malware analysis on a particular and something that we're seeing. So that's where we have that team. What that threat research team also does is we often get what we call requests for intelligence, and it may come from our chief security office. It may come from AT&T's own security operations centers. And when that happens, our Alien Labs team, that threat research team, will do deep investigation. And it might be on a particular campaign that's running. It might be on a particular adversary group that is all of a sudden more active and they want more information. Or it might be on a particular known adversary group that's using a particular variant of a malware that is also changing their tactics and techniques. So we will actually do further research with that and write up those reports. The reason that's important in terms of the benefit of the customer is we always feed that information back into our own systems for the benefit of our customers. Now, we don't stop there, and that's actually where a lot of threat intelligence units stop. They say, we're giving you the curated threat intelligence. At this point, what we have is essentially curated threat intelligence feeds. Now, a lot of companies will then go out and sell that threat intelligence into the market. I will sell you a threat intelligence feed. Your responsibility to actually pull that feed into your own systems and do with it what you will. You have to create your own correlation. Different is we actually then take the next step. we not only give that curated threat intelligence, we actually then write the correlation rules that are fed into the platform. And this is a really, really big deal, because writing correlation rules, writing those things that are correlating that external threat intelligence with what's happening in an internal environment is a very time-consuming thing to do. It says 1,000 correlation rules here on the slide. I will tell you right now that I just looked this morning and we're up to 1,600. This slide actually needs to be, in order for a company to be able to do that on their own, they would need a full threat intelligence team. So we then take that threat intelligence and we write the correlation rules that are fed into the platform. We pull in the vulnerability signatures. We pull in the YARA rules that are looking at malware families. And we also align all of that to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. That is automatically fed into the platform so that the analysts who are sitting in the security operations centers don't have to do that work. We are doing it for them. That is a big, big deal. As I mentioned, in order to do this as an independent unit, you would have to build an entire team. And then, of course, this is all fed into a continuous feedback loop. As we learn more information, we're feeding that back into the systems, and that system is enriching and further enriching the intelligence that we have. Everybody still hearing me? Just want to make sure.
Good, Anya, all good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the net of all of this is really what is the kinds of threat intelligence that we are producing at Alien Labs. And I don't think that we are entirely unique in how we're doing it. It's just the scale and the scope at which we're doing it. I think if you talk to many threat intelligence teams, or many of you who may be on threat intelligence teams within this conference, what you're seeing here is probably not going to surprise you so much. But it's the scale at which we're able to do that because of the back-end systems that we put things in place. What it really means is that we are building intelligence for for resiliency and threat detection and response. And this comes in two flavors, if you will, two ways of thinking about it. First, what you see on the left, which is what we call, not we call, but what in the industry is known as the pyramid of pain. So, 10 years ago, when we first started developing threat intelligence, we were really starting with kind of those very simple things like domain names, IP addresses, hash values. But as threat actors became more sophisticated and they started realizing and learning that, I can change these things very quickly and they're very ephemeral, we had to start looking at kind of what we call higher levels of threat intelligence, things like network and host artifacts. So as you move up, if you look on the left, as you move up the pyramid, the idea of the pyramid of pain is that as you're developing threat intelligence, as you're developing those things that are going to allow you to detect the presence of a threat actor in your system, you want to develop the kinds of threat intelligence that is more, that is based on things that are more difficult for threat actors to change. So today, it's very easy to change IP addresses. It's very easy for threat actors to change domain names. You still have to have those things because they still give you that front line of the defense. But if that's all you're relying on, then it's a very ephemeral thing and it's going to be difficult for you to have that resiliency. But if you then start looking at things like network and host artifacts, and then if you start moving even further up the pyramid of pain, and you actually start looking at the tools that the threat actors are using, what is the infrastructure that they're using? Because that infrastructure becomes even more challenging for them to change. Then you have more resiliency in how you're doing detections on those threat actors. So for example, if they decide that I'm going to create a malware variant, I may change a tactic, I may change a particular malware that I'm using, or I may reroute to another IP address. If you understand the tools that they're using overall, you have more resiliency in your threat detection. And then what you see at the top of the pyramid is what we call the tactics, techniques, and procedures of threat actors. And of course, as many of you know, this is what the MITRE ATT&CK framework, which really came into being about 5-6 years ago, and has really changed the industry in terms of us all as an industry aligning to what are those common tactics, what are those common techniques, what are those common procedures that the adversaries that are out there are using. And as many of you know, the adversary infrastructure on the dark web is set up almost like an industry in its own. You have almost like you have companies, you have cyber criminal groups or nation state actor groups that are developing malware, and then they're distributing that malware out to their affiliates, and their affiliates are serving almost as their channel and then going out and distributing that malware. So if you understand the general tactics, techniques, and procedures of those core groups that are developing that malware in those campaigns, you have more resiliency and threat detection. And of course, those TTPs are aligned in the MITRE ATT&CK framework. MITRE ATT&CK framework, for those of you who may not know, is a framework that was developed by the industry that basically identifies shared information amongst cybersecurity vendors and other groups around what are the things that we're seeing that are common to certain types of attacks, certain types of ransomware attacks, or that are common to certain types of groups. And the purpose of developing that framework was so that analysts would have a better time to detection. On the right side, what you're seeing is also kind of another way of thinking about this. Not only do we look at how can we develop threat intelligence that is focused more on the things that are more difficult for threat actors to change, how do we also develop threat intelligence that doesn't just look at one stage of an attack and detect on one stage of an attack, but that detects across multiple stages of an attack. So for example, a threat actor may have multiple ways of evading defense. And so they may launch a campaign, or they may launch multiple campaigns where they're changing those tactics. However, if we understand if we understand the detections on different stages of an attack by a campaign, if they change a tactic on one stage, for example, defense evasion, then we can detect them at another stage, execution or credential access or lateral movement. The point of observing tactics at multiple stages of the attacks is to make sure that, as we know, adversaries are constantly adjusting how they're launching campaigns and what their attack stages are. We just need to make sure that we're detecting at multiple stages in order to create that resiliency. So this is just kind of another version of what I talked about. Really what it means is that, you have what we call lower level indicators of compromise, things like IP addresses, domains, host names, emails, URLs. We still detect on that, we still track on that, but you also have higher orders of threat indicators, NID signatures, vulnerability signatures, YAR rules, those evidence that we're seeing in the network, and then moving up to the highest stages of understanding threat actor behavior, which is really related to both the cyber kill chain and the MITRE ATT&CK framework I just talked about in the previous slide, so that essentially we are covering all stages of these attacks, which essentially what that means is that we're creating resiliency in the threat intelligence that we're providing, which translates to resiliency in threat detection and response. I can't see the time here, so can somebody give me a time check? How much time do we have left? All right, I will.
You still have 15 minutes again?
Okay, great, thank you, appreciate that. So essentially what this means, these are just two examples. We all, as part of understanding those higher orders of intelligence in terms of understanding what the behaviors of threat actors are, one of the things that we started doing pretty extensively at Alien Labs is really starting to look at adversary infrastructure. So adversary infrastructure is something that is very difficult for the threat actor to change. They're setting up their servers, they're putting their infrastructure in place. And it's not impossible for them to change that, but it's very, very difficult. So one of the things that we've been doing at Alien Labs is really tracking adversary infrastructure globally for particular groups. And what this essentially has resulted in us being able to discover new malware variants or even new malware that's coming out before it's even detected in antivirus agents. One of these is an example of a Golang malware that we call Botanigo. If you don't know, Golang is an open source programming language that's become very, very popular, and there's been almost a 2,000% increase in malware that's been written in this language. So this particular malware was similar to Mireille, which is another very, very established malware strain, and there was a lot of thought out in the industry that it was Mireille, but our actual Alien Labs group, when they started looking at the infrastructure, they started looking at the servers and the evidence on the servers that these adversaries were using, they were actually realized that no, this is a different variation, this is something different. And so we wrote a report on this, and if you, afterwards, I don't know if we're gonna provide our blog, I'm sure we will. We have many articles written on these things. You can read a little bit more in detail about this. The important thing about this is that we back-ended into this malware variant by looking at the adversary infrastructure and associating that infrastructure with the threat group. And of this particular malware variant, can deploy exploits that are targeting more than 30 vulnerabilities, and it actually gave the potential of targeting millions of routers and IoT devices. We're still unclear who exactly is behind this malware. We reported on it back in November of 2021. Since then, I think the AV detections on this have increased. This is just another example of a campaign. We coined it Chimera. Again, we discovered this back in August of 2021. It was targeting multiple operating systems and applications. Again, it was using open source tooling to steal username and passwords. By the way, we're seeing a tenfold increase in the malware that's being published to open source platforms so that other threat actors and adversaries can reuse it. And one of the thinkings behind that is that as these core cyber criminal groups are creating these malware variants, they're wanting to get it out there for their affiliates to use. So, and then there's just the arrogance and the pride of publishing malware to open source platforms so that other people can use it. This was just another variant on malware variants that we have discovered. Again, we backed into this, looking at the adversary infrastructure. We realized that the command and control server contained infection statistics that suggest that Team TNT has been running this campaign since as far back as July of 2021. And if anybody, many of you probably know Team TNT, it's been around for quite a while. It's an adversary group that has been active for years and years and years. Looking at, in terms of just looking at different stages of attack. Many of you are probably familiar with TrickBot and Ryuk. TrickBot is been around forever. TrickBot and Ryuk are two malware families or variants, many variants of TrickBot. TrickBot is a malware family, many variants of it. It's often used to move laterally within organization systems, to infect systems, and then move quickly laterally. Originally started out as a worm, I believe. But it's often paired with Ryuk, which is a very popular and very well-known ransomware. So the cyber criminals often use TrickBot to deliver Ryuk, and then they use Ryuk to actually seize the systems so that they can run a ransomware campaign. What I'm showing here is that, as you see, as with any adversary campaign, when they're trying to infect a system, there's multiple stages of the attack. You have TrickBot arrives via an email. It's often via an email attachment. Somebody within the organization opens up the email. The malware then spreads via TrickBot throughout the system. TrickBot then drops Ryuk onto the network and deploys various things that Ryuk then uses to establish persistence and to either freeze or manually delete backups, and then it actually encrypts the systems on the networks and creates a ransomware node. What's important about this, in terms of when you think about it from a threat intelligence perspective, in order to detect Ryu combination, you need to be able to understand the multiple stages of that attack, whether it be initial access via phishing, whether it be the execution via PowerShell, whether it be a tactic used to evade defense via masquerading or whatnot. There are multiple stages of the attack. You need to understand those stages, but you also need to be able to create threat intelligence within your systems that detects at all those stages and also the variations on those stages. So this is an actual look at, and this isn't the full listing of all the detections and all the correlation rules that we have. It's just a sampling, but this is an example for you of the amount of work that goes in on the back end to be able to detect at multiple stages. You have to have many, many different rules in place. You have to have many different correlation rules. You have to have many different detections. And you can imagine, this is just 2 families of malware. You take this and you blow it up by dozens and dozens and dozens. The amount of work that it takes to run that on the back end is pretty immense. And it's a huge investment in not only the threat intelligence teams and their experience themselves, but also the systems. Ultimately, what this means in terms of our ability to detect, when you have that resiliency in your threat detection, in your threat intelligence, which then drives resiliency in your ability to detect and respond more quickly, it allows you to then detect on threats more quickly. What this slide shows is by no means comprehensive. It's just showing some of the major attacks that we've seen, some of the big breaches that we've seen in the last year. And what you see is that on many of them, we were able to actually detect within our systems even earlier than when the actual exploit was reported live. So if you look at something like DarkSide, the Colonial Pipe DarkSide group infrastructure, which was, DarkSide is the group that allegedly attacked the Colonial Pipeline in the US. Before that even came out, when the actual attack was reported, May 7th of 2020, we were actually had the ability, due to our threat intelligence and that resiliency that I just talked about, to detect on Cobalt Strike, which is the infrastructure that DarkSide uses, as far back as December of 2021. Here's just an example of Log4j vulnerability. We actually had information in our systems right away. Again, going back to that resiliency, we had NIDS coverage of the exploit in the wild. We had correlation rules of suspicious processes. We had the ability to scan for the CVE. We also had more than 70 pulses that our community had published into the Open Threat Exchange with more than 116 indicators of compromise. Again, that Open Threat Exchange is one of the largest open threat intelligence communities in the world. It's free to use. Those IOCs that are in there, those 116 IOCs, anybody can download and pull them into their own system. We had those things in our systems within 1 day of the exploit being reported. This is just an example of, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this, the Open Threat Exchange. I've mentioned it several times. In order to capture information from our threat intelligence community within the Open Threat Exchange, we do it in what we call pulses. So if you think of a pulse as just an article, a way of capturing information about a particular threat, a particular malware variant, it could be an adversary, it could be a campaign. Users go into OTX and they put in information, and much of this is automated because we've built automated systems. So for example, a user may go in and have a threat report that they've received in a PDF, and they may have read an article that just came out on Log4Shell, and they want to get that information. They know those IOCs are captured in that article, and they want to get it into a way that they can easily automatically pull it into their systems. They can use OTX to do that. We can take a URL, we can take an email, we can take a PDF file of a report from anywhere, and we can automatically extract those IOCs and put it into what we call a pull and feed it into their own systems. This is just an example of some of the screenshots of what was reported on Log4Shell when it came out. One last note on what we do within our Alien Labs group. We're really proactive in supporting incident response. Obviously, detection is one piece of the pie. Detection, being able to, once you detect something, to quickly investigate what is going on, to understand, to do those forensics is really important. And then, of course, being able to take action. So Alien Labs, not only does it curate that threat intelligence, it feeds that threat intelligence into the systems, but we also do a lot of work within our platform. Again, Provintel is using that platform for serving their clients to be able to quickly do forensics, to quickly do investigations. And that includes automation of things like automatically pulling in information. If we see an alarm, we can automatically pull information from that alarm into an investigation that can be shared with the customer. We can do threat hunting queries and more. And then also being able to identify what is going on and being able to more quickly identify those things with analytics and machine learning. I think I probably have about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to just very briefly, I mentioned the Open Threat Exchange several times in this presentation. Just going to briefly talk a little bit in detail about how it works. So the Alien Labs Open Threat Exchange, as I mentioned, we have more than 200,000 security professionals globally contributing real-time threat intelligence into this platform. We are literally seeing, if something happens in the wild, we are literally seeing our community add information, add indicators of compromise, add information about that into the community literally within hours. As I mentioned, that information goes in what we call pulses of threat intelligence. They're created very, very quickly. We have automated ways of doing that. You can literally drop in a PDF file or drop in a URL that is maybe somebody has created a blog post on it. You can drop that in and we'll extract those IOCs. Anybody can join the Open Threat Exchange. You don't have to be paying for any product. It's free to join. And you can actually connect the threat intelligence in the Open Threat Exchange with your own platforms, whatever platforms you're using, whether you're using a vulnerability management, risk management platform, whether you're using a threat detection and response platform, you may be having it, you may have an EDR platform. You can actually, we have an API and other ways of automatically pulling in IOCs from the Open Threat Exchange into your own platform. And we have many, many security vendors who actually list the Open Threat Exchange as one of their threat intelligence feeds, which just speaks to the power of this platform. As I mentioned, we automatically extract IOCs from various file formats and URLs. One of the things that we started doing a year and a half ago is we also allowed customers to start submitting via Open Threat Exchange threats, malware that they think might be suspicious in terms of emails and other files, and we automatically do analysis on that. The reason we do that is because it creates stickiness in the platform. That stickiness is why we've been able to build one of the largest open threat intelligence communities in the world. We also do believe that one of the superpowers of those of us who are defending against adversaries is our ability to collaborate and share. And so this is also part, and it may sound Pollyanna, but it really is part of us giving back to the community and ensuring, and the community is feeding into us in ensuring that collaboration and that sharing of threat intelligence. As I mentioned, it's a community-driven platform. When you go into the platform, you can search by industry, you can search for threats by industry, you can search by threat actors, you can search by malware families. It's also a library, a rich, rich library of information. You can research, for example, all associated information, including indicators of compromise, for example, associated with a particular malware adversary. You can search associated MITRE attack IDs. I mentioned we also have free tools. You can connect to your own platform. We have limited endpoint scan scanning. Actually, there's an take information that we have from OTX, and you can actually do a scanning on your endpoints. It's very limited. It's free. It's not meant to be a full platform. You can analyze suspicious files and URLs. And of course, we have an extraction tool that I mentioned where you can automatically pull IOCs from websites, from blogs, from PDFs, from emails. And then finally, if you're in OTX, you can create a private group or you can create a public group so that you can share threat intelligence. You can also set limits on sharing via the traffic light protocol. So if you create a private group and you only want the threat intelligence shared within that private group, you can actually create that. And then we also have, you can follow other groups, and then our own Alien Labs threat intelligence has a presence on OTX as a user, and they provide additional curated threat intelligence into that platform. This is our automated extraction tool. These are the types of files that you see it's create a pulse. You literally can just drag and drop. What you see at the bottom is the type of files that we can automatically extract information from. This is an example, a screenshot of, you can submit files for analysis, again, suspicious files, including emails and URLs. And what it does is when you drop in, say, a URL, it's drag and drop, that actually goes into our own backend systems at Alien Labs. We run an analysis on it and we run analysis on it. And then you actually get results within minutes that tell you, is this a valid threat? And if we have information about it, we can provide that to you. Additional information on our threat analysis. And then I just actually added this slide at the end just to give an idea of the amount of information that is going into the Open Threat Exchange from Alien Labs alone. What you see here is, I mentioned that how we publish information into, if you think of it as an article of information that you can then automatically pull information out of. This listing was the number of pulses that Alien Labs, our threat intelligence unit, that doesn't count the 200,000 other users that are active on it. This is just Alien Labs, the number of pulses that we submitted to OTX with enriched intelligence in March. And again, this is all free to anybody who wants to join OTX and use it. So just in closing, we have some links and resources for you, links to the Open Threat Exchange, links to free tools you can use. We have more information, if you want more information on Alien Labs and our threat intelligence unit and how we go about doing our threat intelligence. You can go to our webpage. We have blogs that we write. We actually just updated a new blog that's going to publish tomorrow on a new potential exploit that looks very similar to the one for Log4Shell. It's coming out tomorrow, so take a look at that. We also have a white paper that we produced that talks about the use of machine learning and data analytics in cyber threat intelligence. So those are all available for you all. They're all free to use. So I encourage you to take advantage of them all. And thank you. I am...
Okay, Ms. Tonya. Thank you so much, Ms. Tonya, for your great session. We are really enjoying it. By the way, for the attendees, do not forget to visit AT&T Cybersecurity and Provintel booth at www.xcion.org. And I also want to remind again for all of the attendees to do not forget to vote your favorite speaker, panelist, or moderator. Please contact Vina via WhatsApp number at +62 896 3798 0369. Okay, so the next session will be via side chat from Akamai, with the topic is a layered zero trust strategy, discover, segment, protect. Please welcome our host and speaker for this session, Pak Andang Nugroho. He is a president IC2 Jakarta chapter, and we have also Miss Jocelyn Chan. She's an enterprise security leader ASEAN of Akamai Technology, and Mr. Kirby Chong. He's a CISO of Visionet Data International. Let me pass to you all to start your amazing discussion.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. Just a quick introduction from myself. Thank you very much for attending our session. I'm Jocelyn, and I am the enterprise security leader from Akamai that's covering ASEAN as well as the Greater China region. Right. So with me, I have Pak Kirby from Visionet and Pak Anggan, who is the president of ISC Square Jakarta chapter. Before we go into the fireside chat, actually, I do have a short presentation to share. Am I able to share my screen now?
Yes, you.
Okay. Let me see if just a minute. I would want to. Yeah. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. I'm just trying to get the poll question away from my screen because it's popping up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just go through a little bit on the presentation, and then we'll have a fireside chat together with Pak Kirby as well as Pak Anggan. Right. So today's agenda is really to share with you on some trends that we see in the industry, as well as the reasons why we need a layered zero trust strategy. Right. And these strategies must be in place not only to fight threats at the main perimeter, but we also want to stop the lateral movement of malware across the network to be able to reduce the effects of high impact breaches. Right. Okay, so as we head into the third year of the pandemic, the world that we find ourselves living in, has really changed dramatically. And one of the biggest beneficiaries that we see are really cyber criminals. So, a lot of the speakers here have spoken about hacks and attacks. So things like SolarWinds hacks, Kaseya, Log4j. Most recently, there is a Spring Call vulnerability. There are many of these huge ransomware attacks. They dominated the cyber headlines, and this year is not going to be very different, right? So one of the first trends that we see is remote work, right? So it's set to continue with the rise in the Omicron cases. This is a very highly transmissible variant, so it's resulting in many companies extending their hybrid work arrangements. What this means is that definitely attacks on access infrastructure will continue, right? Identity theft is another very common form of cyber attacks. So employees use login credentials daily, right? And what comes as a simple action can also be a vulnerability. So one of the things that enterprises can do is to look at maybe adding, additional layers of security, such as multi-factor authentication or even moving to passwordless authentication. Right. We also realized that this year, the industry will start to see ransomware itself is not just a problem, but it's also an entry point, right? So organizations will want to start focusing on how to predict as well as protect the first line of attack. Right, and they want to shift, the focus from remediation to after the attack to look at how they can protect. Right, so supply chain ransomware attacks are not really looking to go away. It is a key concern as a single breach is likely to impact hundreds of thousands of end customers. And the weakest link in this is really the day-to-day users that most regularly interact with the supply chain attack vectors, right? So segmenting and building first line of defenses are very key to protecting against this. Next, we see, regulators or regulations coming down very hard on penalties and jurisdictions to force companies to comply and even to get on top of the situation. So last year, the US White House already laid down, some executive order for the US government to implement zero trust principles, right, to protect against cyber breaches by 2024. And we see many other governments also following suit across the world. So with this, we actually see that businesses really need to be proactive about cybersecurity going into the new year, right? Enterprise service attacks are expanding. There are many risks that is associated with the use of different and disparate systems such as IoT, cloud applications, and even microservices. And this will bring a wider security exposure to enterprises. And they will want to look at tools that can actually do things like automation or automate the discovery of security of where the security coverage gaps are. So when it comes to security, I think there are many factors to worry about, right? So these are just some of the recent headlines, and I'm sure that you are very familiar with, but just when you thought that it's, you've seen it all and it can't get any worse, it actually does. And as a testament to some of these facts, Akamai has seen huge increases in our attacks on our platform, right? So from DDoS attacks, we've seen there's 1,900 over attacks that just happened in Q1 alone, right? Which is a rise of 34% year on year. There is about, more than 2 billion WAF alerts that we fired out, just in one quarter, and huge attacks on credential abuse, right? And we even experienced a record first of 1 billion malicious login attempts a day in December 2020. Right. And how do we know all this, right? Because Akamai is one of the world's largest content providers, as well as a security provider. So, we do have intelligence on what is hitting our platforms. There are data from sensor systems where we have sensors throughout the network to spot security activities that actually do not even touch the Akamai platform. We work with feed partners to exchange security feeds. And then lastly, we also have data from industry trust groups, right? And these are information that might not be shared, but it could be used as investigative pointers. So Akamai is very conservative. We are very protective of our security data, and we will put all our customer confidentiality first. So coming back, to the topic at hand, we actually see that, there is a lot of focus on ransomware as well. It is one of the bigger threats, right? And we can see, that the damages from ransomware are expected to cost organizations close to about 20 billion this year, right? And in 2021, ransomware attacked a business, a consumer, or a device every 11 seconds. So in terms of downtime, in order to mitigate or some of these attacks, businesses actually lost an average of 6 days per attack. And the amount of data that's actually lost is actually quite staggering. It is higher than we thought, right? So, you might have different types of protection in place, but there are still vulnerabilities and gaps, right, in which data has been compromised. So this is leading, all this leads to what we call a perfect storm of attacks, right? And it is really exposing a fundamental issue that among the traditional data center, the defenses are not just good anymore, right? And among any things, there is just, no way to provision some of the capacity that you need to defend yourself in the diameter, right? And even the large cloud data centers, sometimes they are also overwhelmed, right, by the attacks that we are now seeing. So, even if it's physically possible to equip a cloud data center with sufficient capacity, but the cost will be very, very exorbitant. So the only way to defend against some of these attacks, right, is really looking at how you want to filter the traffic at the edge of the internet, where most of the capacity is. This is what Akamai does, and this is where we are uniquely able to defend against some of the largest attacks, right? We stop these attacks at the source, at the edge, long before the malicious traffic even reaches your target, right? And look at protecting yourself, right, adequately with a zero trust security architecture. Right. So there is a lot of talk about zero trust. I'm sure many of our audiences here are very familiar with this term, right? And I think this is a good time to probably recap. It's really about ensuring the principle of least privilege, and it is a framework. Some customers love the term, some customers hate the term, right? But it is a interesting framework that a lot of enterprises are actually exploring, right? And you could see how you can actually deploy it to meet some of your defense requirements, right? And a successful zero trust strategy really includes not just the full SASE network, right, but also broad segmentation of the network. So it calls for organizations to establish micro parameters around critical assets, likely managing who or what is accessing them, as well as taking into account the context. So in the past, this level of control would require a lot of infrastructure capacity, right? But as zero trust has matured, so does the technologies that support it, including zero trust microsegmentation. So some of the business drivers that you're seeing on the screen, the first one is compliance, right? We want to see how we can simplify and accelerate compliance. especially customers who operate in regulated industries. They will appreciate, having this to reduce the compliance burden and be able to identify gaps, right, in your current infrastructure. Following best practice guides for zero trust transformation would be another driver. So segmentation is a crucial part of many modern security frameworks, right, including zero trust architecture frameworks by Forrester, Gartner, and also NIST. And then lastly, we want to reduce the risk of giving bad actors a foothold to access your sensitive applications and data. So Gartner shared a set of best practices for ransomware mitigation that I will encourage you to take a look if you are a customer of theirs. But in summary, they break it down into these 5 steps. So split between pre-incident, peri-incident, as well as post-incident phases. And what we did was that we map it to our own framework, right? And for the first phase, we actually recommend that you look at preparation and prevention. So prepare by identifying, what are the applications, assets that is running in your IT environments. Prevent by creating rules to block, some of the common ransomware propagation techniques. Second phase will be going into peri-incident, right? And that's where we can help you to detect by receiving alerts to any attempts to gain access to your segmented applications as well as your backups. And remediate by ensuring and initiating threat containment as well as quarantine measures when an attack is detected. And lastly, recover, right? And we do have visualization capabilities that will be able to support phased recovery strategies. Right. So let's talk a little bit about how a typical ransomware attack unfolds, right? So it starts by exploiting a vulnerability of some kind. It could be a human error, such as accidentally clicking on a phishing email. It could be an IT error, like a vulnerable service that's left enabled or a vulnerable server that's left unpatched. Once the attacker finds a way in, their next step is to move laterally from the point of entry to systems where they can harvest credentials with admin privileges, right? So this might be a domain controller, an IT person's laptop, or any other number of systems that privileged users access regularly. And once credentials have been secured, right, the next step is to find the organization's backup and encrypt them. So that's what hackers try to do, right? And by making backups unavailable to the organization, they will then be able to severely limit the organization's ability, right, to recover without paying the ransom. And finally, what they will do is they will escalate this attack to other critical systems in a very fast way, right? That can take as little as 1 day. And some of the common target attack protocols that we see, right, are really very common systems that's being used by enterprises, right? Things like RDP, things like SMB, SSH type of access methods. So let's step through a simple example where a user infects their local machine by clicking on a piece of malware. This malware will give the attacker a jumping off point for lateral movement towards more sensitive systems, right? So with nothing that is holding them back, what the attackers can do is they can actually drop ransomware without any restriction across the environment. And that is how a lot of the applications and networks get infected, they get encrypted, right? And attackers may also take the opportunity to actually exfiltrate your data. But if you look at applying good segmentation practices or even segmentation boundaries, right? There would be still a point of compromise, right? In my earlier slides, I spoke about ransomware being really a point of entry, but you can see that the attacker's ability to move laterally is actually blocked. And this will then prevent them from being able to advance the attack further, right? So how do we, so why are we talking about segmentation, right? Because we think that it is important enough that it needs to become simple, affordable, as well as painless, and this requires a mind shift, right? So the traditional methods, right, that enterprises use segmentation can be quite cumbersome, and we need to move away from this idea that segmentation needs to be only accomplished at the infrastructure layer, right? Which leads to complications as well as require multiple approaches as you adopt new technologies, right? But there is another option, right, for enterprises where they look at a software only approach. So start with a flat underlying network and then apply a software defined overlay, right? And with that overlay, you will be able to easily visualize and change, right, what is in your infrastructure, and this will be able to work, and you can apply policies that work consistently across all your environments as well as your technology and the different technologies that you may have already deployed. And this will actually enable you to have, a lot faster response, lower your risk as well as lower your costs. Right, and this is and obviously minimizing hardware refresh cycles as well as overhead. So coming back, to how do we reduce ransomware risk, right? I think this is what I shared earlier in the slides, right, where we talk about the 5 steps, right, which is really preparing, preventing, detecting, remediate, and recover. So we have really just scratched the surface in this overview, but hopefully this will give you a feel for how you can be more agile and precise, right? And there will be, tools that will help you with the many different facets of responding, preventing, and recovering from ransomware. Lastly, this is a very interesting scenario that I wanted to share, right? This is a different in outcome that we have seen, with customers, right? That, if they do, implicit trust, that means they do not actually even transform to any form of zero trust architecture. And with traditional solutions, they could take an average of more than 15 days, right, in order to recover, right? And of course, with Akamai as well as each services, it could be an average of 1 day. And definitely if you add zero trust with segmentation, right, that's also being provided by Akamai, the outage has actually gone down to an average of 15 minutes, right? So which is the outcome, right, that you want for your organization as well as your customers? I think, the answer is pretty clear. So lastly, I've actually asked some of my security colleagues, right, for some golden nuggets as well as leadership guidelines, right, in the event that a customer or an enterprise is breached, what are some of the best practices that we would like to share with them? Right, so these are some of the key advices that they have given us, right? Firstly would be, don't panic, keep everyone focused on practical steps that lead to, your increased resiliency, right? Ensure that, the team is focused. And most importantly, you have to trust your team, because the best people to solve your crisis are really your existing team, because they know your environment the best. Right, moving down, right, encourage collaboration with industry peers, right, because defending against not just ransomware but a lot of the threats, including DDoS as well as SQL injections, so and so forth, they are a community effort, right? So reach out to CERT teams, reach out to colleagues and other industry peers to share information, giving your team time to get work done, right? So, we're looking at priorities to allow your team, to focus on some of the resiliency checklists that you might already have built, run books and other preparations, reviewing security incident playbooks, right? If it would be a good practice to have playbooks for DDoS, ransomware, APT types of attacks, right? Different playbooks that will enable you to remediate accordingly. Right, and you can use, there are some, 9 practical steps in certain playbooks that we can help you to provide to you, right, to prepare as a starting point in your review. And then lastly, pay attention to, some of the major CERT advisories, right, because their advice actually hints to some of the indicators of compromise. Some of these indicators cannot be disclosed, right? They will not be able to be available publicly. But in those advisories that they might have released, there are actually quite a lot of information that you can actually imply from. So this is the very quick overview of the presentation that I would like to share. And maybe we can go into the fireside chat now with Pak Kirby as well as Pak Andan. Yeah. So I think let me first start by asking Pak Kirby, right? So Pak Kirby, you have been an industry veteran for a long time, right? What is your advice for customers, right, that is affected by ransomware?
My advice, very simple. Luckily, it is not being mentioned by Jocelyn yet. Where is your data? Where's your backup anyway? right? That's very, very important. If you're infected by a ransomware, the most important thing for me when I have a few incidents or cases is that, you know, you have to find a way to actually recover it back. So your backup is super, super critical. That's how I look at it in the first place.
Right. Right. So, right. Thanks. Thanks so much. And that is really an important point, right? Because it is really, you know, like we mentioned, coming back to the topic of today, discover, segment, as well as protect. I think this is the part. This is really one of the missing piece as well, right? So, based on your experience, how do you then think customers can actually apply, you know, these set of principles that we have been that we have been discussing about to be able to protect themselves? Would you be able to share maybe some of your past experience?
I can't mention name, definitely. I can't mention name. I like to work things with a backward order. You know, if you want to prevent ransomware attack, what must you prepare? You must always discuss this with your senior management. Now, first of all, you can't protect what you can't see, right? That's the golden principle of cybersecurity. If you can't see the data, if you can't see where is your asset, you can't protect them. Now, so first of all, detecting or discovering any malicious activities from external or internal network is super crucial. Now, I am pretty old school, you know, I'm old enough to be mentioning old school myself. I still find a lot of good use cases of implementing log management or SIEM in our environment to have total transparency of what is going on in my data center, in my applications, and also on my users' activities. Now, in order to discover any early attempt of attacks, I'll base it with logs collected and forwarded to my SIM for analyzing. Stop the attack before it's too late. I'll make assumption in this case that most of the companies now living in a hybrid model, whereas they have some servers in their office, in the data center, and of course, the users are now working from home or working from anywhere, just like most of us right now. Now, you know that your data could have been stored in office servers and also can be in a user's laptop, where they might be using restricted software, right? Or applications or even public platform or public cloud like Box, Dropbox, OneDrive, G Drive, Slack, WhatsApp, and so on and so forth. I mean, there's so many of them that you could actually share this information or your data, it could be shared somewhere outside. Now, bear in mind, traditional antivirus is no longer effective from my personal experience, against ransomware attack. By having your endpoint protections like your EDR or XDR in this case, it may be able to help you track, isolate, and perhaps stop the ransomware attack. Now, that's why you see most AV vendors nowadays, they actually have EDR or XDR in their solution page. Now, I know a lot of companies still using traditional network parameters protections that will work too, as long as you do it well. Now, if you are protecting your servers in your office or data center, effective segmentation of your user access controls, network access controls, they are still valid. Now, to stay ahead of the bad guys, don't forget, never forget to segmentation should be applied in your virtual environment, your VMs instance that you build, the Dockers, the containers, you know, and so on and so forth. Now, when it comes into recovery, oh gosh, it is going back to your IT basic strategy, which is backup, and backup. You still have to backup. That's very basic things. Now, always remember where you store your data and keep another copy of your valuable data, which means your backup. Make sure you have done tests on restoration. I've come across a few incidents that the client actually did not test the backup. When they restore their data restored, it's actually corrupted. They really cry for that. So in such a situation, please make sure that you have a backup, which is great. Please make sure that you also test your backup in that case. All right. Otherwise, it will be like unusable. Perhaps Jocelyn, maybe I could raise something, you know, for my senior, Pak Andang is always my coach. He has been coaching us for so many years. I love to listen to him. Pak Andang, you're an expert in this field, right? You speak to so many candidates, participants. You are so active in the public speaking conferences and so on. You teach in IC Square, right? As a CSSP trainer. Now, what are some trends that you see in Indonesia that companies should take note of?
Oh, thank you, Pak Tepi. Very kind of you to mention it that way. I do talk to quite a few people, and I gather information from them about incidents or things like that. So I'm quite aware that there is a company in Indonesia that has been hit by ransomware twice this year. This year only twice, yeah. So that shows to us how probably vulnerable a lot of companies in Indonesia probably are to this type of attacks, yeah. So what kind of attacks are most prevalent these days? No doubt, yeah, phishing to direct users, so to unaware users, so that they click or they follow a link that they are not supposed to, and then the ransomware attack begins, yeah. So very first is to be sure that our users are quite aware of what the consequences, what the risks are when they are using the internet, yeah. So with benefits comes risk and comes also responsibilities. So that's one, yeah. Secondly, Jocelyn mentioned about the attack space expanding. Yeah? So the pandemic brings us the need to accelerate digital transformation. A lot of companies in Indonesia that I know of, they are not quite ready, so they choose to either outsource some of these additional initiatives and or work together with other companies. So they either open up the APIs or open up their development activities with external people. And that's also relevant, yeah, because now we are letting external people, other people coming into our environment and work together with us. That also brings risk. So those aspects, yeah, I think, yeah, are some of the significant factors to probably to let more incidents, information incident in Indonesia. So that's my answer, Pak DP.
Thank you, Pak.
Yeah. Now, with those kind of added exposure to the internet, we are quite interested in what Jocelyn has presented before. I mean, the idea of doing segmentation. So it's quite benefit to reduce the attack space that are readily available to the attackers. So, is there any examples that you can show to us, Jocelyn, about how people are actually doing it in real life in the industry?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So thanks, Pak Andan. That was very, very insightful information coming from you as well. Yeah. So I think one of the customer that we have is actually a US bank. So we worked with them since last year. They needed to ring-fence certain critical applications, right? And they have a complex environment that has bare metal servers, VMware, and even OpenStack servers, right? So if they use the traditional way to do it, they actually found that it is very hard to define segments across a complex infrastructure, right? And then they have no visibility into applications as well as dependency, and that project requires downtime, which is a very, very bad word, right? in the context of a bank, right? So the bank actually did analysis, and then they found that this was a project that would require about 5 people, as well as maybe 8 to 12 months to implement, right? So we talked to them, and then they gave us a try, and with our solution, they actually did it with just one architect in 2 weeks. right? And what did they get? They were able to complete application mapping in hours, right? Because we use the software overlay method, and that will give automated discovery as well as additional visibility, right? They have segmentation policies that were automatically suggested as well as fine-tuned to them, and then they have no need to purchase and deploy new hardware and even firewalls, right? And the best part of it was, there was actually no downtime. So that's one example. Second example would be another customer, slightly different use case, pretty traditional segmentation use case. They wanted to separate different types of environments like their development, production, as well as UAT, right? And they wanted to be able to restrict traffic between the different types of environments and ring-fence applications as well, right? So they actually did they had a 2-year project implementation that was using traditional VLANs, right? So they already started to do that, but they made slow progress. Unfortunately, there were audit failures, and then they also had production outages due to application downtime. So similarly, we spoke to them, and then they decided to work with us, right? And in less than 6 months, we actually helped them to segment more than 10,000 non-compliant assets with no application downtime, right? So I think that's really a testament of how powerful some of these segmentation projects can be if they are done in the correct way, right? And of course, and I think we also managed to replace, a lot of their internal firewalls, right, as part of this project, because they actually didn't really need to manage those anymore, right? And then they actually moved away from managing some of the complicated rules, right? So many people think that traditionally micro-segmentation is a huge effort to implement, but that's using the older methods, right? With a software overlay approach, right, you can get, granular visibility, and then you can instantly see environments that you struggle to map. Yeah, so, you don't need to buy hardware, any virtual platforms. You can just, create and enforce policies in a few clicks. So it's really much shorter time today.
Okay, so these projects are implemented quite quickly, yeah? You're talking one is 3 months and another is 6 months, yeah?
Yes.
Like big IT projects that we are used to, yeah, in previous years, yeah? Okay, is that because of this is a software approach that make it easier, or how is it?
Yes, correct. Definitely. It's because we took a software overlay approach, right?
Yep.
And with that, we get granular visibility, as well as within the specific software, we have actually built in, AI and even business language into the software. So it is easy for customers, right? Like, system admins and even, business analysts to interact, right, with those softwares. And it comes with templated policies and rules. So you don't need to write and script, right? Within a few clicks, you will be able to enforce new policies, right? And you can actually enforce these policies across all the different workloads, right? Across different environments. Yeah. So this is a very innovative approach to doing segmentation.
Good. Okay. Nice to hear that. Yeah. Okay. I think we have a few examples. Probably you can tell us about how additional protection that you can also apply with this kind of a solution.
Okay, yeah. So I think, and thanks, Pak Angkang, for that question. I think that's important because we are looking at, a holistic zero trust type of approach, right? So there's a couple of different frameworks that's available in the market. Definitely the most common one is Gartner, right, where they have their Secure Access Service Edge, which is, commonly known as SASE, right? So SASE, combines, network capabilities with security, and then it delivers them as a service. So it is a framework, and not just like zero trust that they use to build support for digital transformation, right? And using that framework, you can roll out security as well as network services and apply, apply them dynamically across identity, context, policy, as well as risk. right? So we have rolled out a few SASE projects for customers, and that actually helped them to cut complexity and cost. And I would say the interesting part of where Akamai is today would be with our SASE suite of solutions, and coupled with what we have with the zero trust micro-segmentation, we are able to give customers a full visibility of north-south as well as east-west protection, right? So from users to applications, right, coming in from the outside, as well as workloads to workloads, inside your data center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Good. So this is the direction that Akamai is now expanding. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we see a lot of interest in the industry on this, right? And definitely, we would be keen to work with customers that are looking at trying to see how they want to transform, right, to some of these frameworks.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we just have a couple more minutes left. So maybe I just want to give an open question to both Pak Kirby as well as Pak Andang, right? I think this is a very nice chit-chat session, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with both of you. So I think if you have one golden message for the audience to take away, right? It can be anything, right? What would it be? Pak Kirby, do you want to go first?
One golden message. It's a tough question because there's so many messages that I receive every now and then. If let's say we're focusing on the ransomware or cyber attacks, I think going back to the topic that we're focusing today, it's your BCP plan, your backup is super critical. No matter what, you have to keep all these things. And especially nowadays when Andang was mentioning that we're moving towards digital IT right now, a lot of companies actually are not ready for that. So that's why you probably see that a lot of data are stored in the user's laptop that they carry everywhere, bring your own device and so on and so forth. And a public platform, like I mentioned earlier, the WhatsApp, the Telegram, the Slack, all those platforms can keep track of the data that you do not even know that it's actually in the cloud already. So that's very, very scary the way I look at it. So your backup strategy is super critical from my perspective in this situation, perhaps.
Thanks, Pak Kirby. I can tell you are very passionate about this topic. and ensuring that customers are adequately protected, right, with their backups. Yeah. How about Pak Andang?
One golden message. Yeah. Okay, here it goes. Yeah. Pak Kirby talks about the recovery, and I would see to the preventions, because the best defense, I think, is to actually prevent from having an incident. How to do that? Because the number one attacks now is using phishing. My message is to take care of our users. Yeah, take care of our users. Make sure they are aware of what they are using the internet for and the consequences of using it that way for them. So that would be my message.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So I also have one to share, right? This is actually from one of my customers. Been working with him for many years. And we had a chit chat the other day. So I asked him, I need to give a golden message, right? And then he had this very interesting advice, right? He was saying that they actually have to report to the board, on their cybersecurity strategy. So when the board asked them what is his strategy, right, for cyber defense, he actually asked himself, are we fully covered? Are we partly covered? Or I don't know, right? He was, thinking about what are the messages, how is he going to respond to the board? And then he realized actually all three are wrong answers, right? So where he's coming from is, always important to keep in mind where your full house state is, right? And then this full house state may change accordingly, right? Because there are all the threats in the industry that's coming in from different types of vectors, right? But instead of focusing on are you covered, not covered, where are some of these areas, right? Always visualize where your full house state is, and then keep going to achieve that full house state. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all I have. I stole this from my customer. Yeah. Yeah, I think thank you very much, Pak Kirby and Pak Angdam, for coming with us on this fireside chat, and also for our audience for the participation. I think that's all for our session today.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Pak Kirby, my senior.
Thank you, Pak Angdam, Jocelyn.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for Pak Andang, Miss Jocelyn, and Mr. Kirby for your amazing discussion. We really appreciate and enjoying it. So yeah, I also want to remind again for all of the attendees to do not forget to vote your favorite speaker, panelist, or moderator. You can vote for Pak Andang, Miss Jocelyn, and Mr. Kirby. Please contact Vina via WhatsApp number at +62 896 37 980369. So yeah, everyone, we have wrapped up half a day session. Now we will have a break time, and we will back to start the session again at 1:45 p.m. Jakarta time. So have a good break, and looking forward to see all back to the virtual platform by 1:45 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Audrey.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Miss Jocelyn.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss and how you gone? How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss and how you gone? How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss and how you gone? How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss and how you gone? How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong. Me tonight. Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. kiss of how you gone. How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life
Enterprise
for somebody
architectures are
like you.
evolving.
That's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss of how you gone. How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong. And me tonight. Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss of how you gone. How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life
Enterprise
for somebody
architectures
like that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss of how you gone? How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong. Me tonight. Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss of how you gone? How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. That's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. I know you're thinking it's wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss of how you gone? How you leaving me tonight? Ain't no other girl like you, like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty and your style, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. Know you're thinking this wrong. Me tonight. Ain't no other girl like you. Like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty inside, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. Know you're thinking this wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss and how you go. Hey, you leaving me tonight. Ain't no other girl like you. Like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty inside, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. It's true, it's true, it's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. Know you're thinking this wrong, but I ain't the type of guy. One kiss and how you go. Hey, you leaving me tonight. Ain't no other girl like you. Like you, like you, like you, like you. With your beauty inside, that's true, that's true, that's true. 'Cause baby, right now, the feeling is right, I don't want it to go away. I've been waiting all my life for somebody like you. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. Know you're thinking this wrong. Girl, tell me what you want. I can be there for you. What you doing later on? Ain't no secret what I won't do. Know you're thinking this wrong, but I ain't the type of guy.
Odi, just checking out. Where's the music coming from?
Yeah, that's from this video, Pak. Can you hear it?
No, I'm hearing my own music.
Let me. How to click it ya, Pak? Like
But everybody is mute.
I think so, Pak.
Everybody is mute unless it's coming from the attendance. But everybody is mute as well.
I think it's coming from your side, Pak.
But I got nothing open there. I check again. Yeah, I close off everything. Oh yeah, I found it.
Pak, but
Okay,
can you hear I see the video, Pak?
not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, sounding good. Okay, no problem.
But you can hear the video, Pak? The sound, Pak?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So attendees, bear with us. We are about to start again. The moderator is getting ready. Yeah. MC, get ready. Yeah. Moderator, get ready in about 45 minutes time.
Yeah, Pak.
MC, get ready to start. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go.
Yes, 5 minutes ago.
Bear with us, audience. We're about to start again. MC, get ready. Yeah, 2 minutes to go.
Yes.
Michelle, just in case you're not aware, you're in track 1. Yeah, you're in track 1. You got to be over at track 2 later for your fireside.
Okay, so everyone, now already 1:45. This time us to start again. Welcome back, everyone. I hope all of you have a great break. So yeah, without further delay, let's rewatch together Miss Clara Rosso. She is the CEO of IC2. So yeah, let's us watch together.
Okay, what the MC is trying to get a video ready, just for info. This is actually a recorded presentation due to the time difference. So Clara is thousands of miles away in the US, so it's too late for her to be doing a live presentation. But she has been very supportive. She is doing a recorded video here for the sake of the XCION audience.
Their proven expertise helps safeguard the data and technology that offer us access and convenience, and shields the lives we want to lead. In a world worth protecting, Squared is there.
Good morning. I'm Claire Rosso. I'm the CEO of ISC Squared. I'm honored to have the chance to speak with you today. My focus today is going to be on the cybersecurity workforce and actions you can take to help build resilient cybersecurity teams for the long term. Specifically, I will share data on why we need to identify and grow new skilled talent. What are best practices and trends we're seeing on building resilient cybersecurity teams? And finally, we'll also talk about the impact of diversity, equity, and inclusion in building the cybersecurity workforce. But first, let me take a moment to tell you about ISC Squared in case you're not familiar with us. We are the world's largest nonprofit association of certified cybersecurity professionals. We have more than 165,000 members in 175 countries. Our mission as an organization is to inspire a safe and secure cyber world. Some of the ways we do that are by working with governments and businesses to really identify what are their needs and requirements in order to secure their information and systems. And once we understand that, we create education and competency assessments to help validate candidates' abilities to serve the needs of those business and government entities. Additionally, we support cybersecurity professionals throughout their whole professional life cycle with their ongoing learning needs. And we are strong advocates for ethical best practices globally, as well as for the cybersecurity profession generally. So why is this important? Well, let's quickly review the global state of cybersecurity. First, we're still in the midst of global pandemic, which has reemerged in many regions around the globe, including the US and Singapore. This pandemic has both put a strain on the global economy, as well as accelerated the movement to a remote work environment. And managing business through the cloud and ramping up telepresence of employees around the world has actually gone more smoothly than anticipated. However, it's set against a backdrop of extreme cyber peril, with criminal organizations now launching attacks with impunity against businesses of all types. Let's take ransomware as one example. Cyber attackers use all manners of threats to break through the cyber defenses of businesses and governments and either hold their data ransom or threaten to release to the public confidential information. And these ransoms have grown significantly over the past year. We've seen ransoms up to $40 million US, and there really is no end in sight. It used to be, when we thought of these kinds of attacks, that it was all about credit card data. So if you weren't carrying that kind of data, you were safe. That is no longer the case. We're seeing all sorts of businesses affected. We are in particular seeing healthcare organizations affected and critical infrastructure such as water pipelines and oil pipelines. It's really very frightening. And in the case of those healthcare organizations, when they're locked down by ransomware, it can actually be a matter of life or death. So the importance of the cybersecurity workforce has never been greater, and talent is scarce. At ISC Squared, it is a top priority for us to attract and retain cybersecurity professionals and help organizations do the same. And as you will find from the information I'm going to share with you today, we must explore non-traditional pathways to build the workforce. To understand how to best support the profession and its desires to grow the workforce, one of the things that ISC Squared does is it launches research projects annually and garners insights from those that we then share back into the business community and the profession. So I'm going to share some of that data with you here today. Probably the research that we are most well known for is our cybersecurity workforce study. Now, I'm going to be sharing with you on the slides 2020 survey data, but please listen carefully because I will tell you what's in that 2021 report. So our workforce study found that there were approximately 3.5 million cybersecurity professionals around the globe. And that's in the economies that we measure. And here's the good news from the 2021 report. I can share with you that that number has increased by another 700,000 professionals. Anytime we see the supply of cybersecurity professionals increase globally, that is great news. And let me tell you about Singapore specifically. When we look at the 2021 workforce data, the estimate number of cybersecurity professionals in Singapore has more than quadrupled since 2019, from just over 19,000 to now an estimated 92,000 cybersecurity professionals working in Singapore today. So it's good news. We're growing the profession. Here's the bad news, though. We aren't growing fast enough to keep up with the dynamic threat landscape. In 2020, the global gap or shortage of cybersecurity professionals was 3.12 million. And Asia Pacific was leading the pack with more than 2 million unfilled cybersecurity roles. Obviously, that's alarming. That 2 million was actually a decrease from 2019. And I can report for you that for 2021, we've seen that number decrease again by another 600,000, which is, again, good news. And in Singapore specifically, the gap has shrunk to 16,000 cybersecurity professionals, and that leads the entire Asia Pacific region. So a shrinking gap, it's good news, right? Well, not necessarily. We've talked about supply, so let's just talk for a second about demand and how we calculate demand. In our survey, we asked respondents about their future staffing plans as well as the size of their cybersecurity teams. So sometimes it could mean that a team is shrinking. That's the elimination of jobs could reduce the gap. Or it could mean that we've filled open positions, right? Which that's the good side of it. So in 2020, we saw demand shrink across the board globally. But we know that was due in part to the pandemic and the uncertainty businesses felt as a result of the pandemic. So they slowed hiring of what they considered non-essential positions, of which sadly, cybersecurity is often considered. The other thing that we saw, which is a little alarming, is that smaller businesses were more likely to set aside their security needs in favor of economic stability, which obviously creates huge risk for those businesses. As I said, the 2021 survey will show a shrinking gap, which is great news, but it is in part because of how many entities across the globe actually shut their doors in 2020 and the early part of 2021. So the impact of the pandemic, obviously, on less businesses worldwide. But here's the good news. We are seeing increased supply globally, locally, but we still have room for improvement. The number of professionals that we are lacking in cybersecurity is still massive, and we need to do something about that. So what can be done about this overwhelming challenge? Well, this past spring, ISC Squared went out and conducted some research on one of the most fundamentally overlooked areas of cybersecurity, and that is, how are we drawing people into the profession and what helps to keep them there? So our study, and I'm not going to take you through all the findings, there's a link on your screen that you can use to read the whole report, and the report is filled with actionable insights. So I do encourage you to take a look at the report. It's easy to find on our website. But this is specifically what I want to talk about and what I want to share with you. If we're to discuss how to build resilient cybersecurity teams for the long term, we really have to understand what motivates individuals to want a career in cybersecurity. What are the first few years in the field really like? And how do we supplement the talent that we already have to fill the gap? Building a strong cybersecurity team is a challenge at the best of times. When there's a 3.1 million person workforce gap, it becomes an immense challenge. Talent is scarce, yet many organizations continue to repeat the same mistake of focusing their time and energy on hunting down and competing for a few all-stars, these Olympic athletes of cybersecurity, if you please, instead of strategically developing their teams at all skill levels so that they can create a sustainable long-term investment in their security personnel. Our study looked at ways that organizations might look past these Olympian cybersecurity professionals to create a team that it has depth and is positioning the organization for long-term success. So we found some interesting things, and we found this both in our survey, and I will tell you, as I talk to organization leaders around the globe, they're telling me the same thing. A lot of times trends start with big global organizations and then trickle down. Well, one of the things that we're seeing is that an increasing number of individuals are entering cybersecurity from another field besides IT. Obviously, you can see from the graph here that the majority of people come into cybersecurity from an IT background, but in increasing degrees, we're seeing people move into cybersecurity with new backgrounds, which both speaks to we're successfully interesting individuals in cybersecurity, and organizations are thinking differently about their hiring practices. And I'll have some more information for you in a minute that tells you what is compelling them to look in a different direction. All right. One of the other things we asked that I thought was interesting is that increasingly IT is seen as less important in terms of necessary for starting off in your cybersecurity career. You can see that the move from critical to nice to have in this graph here. And sometimes what I'm being told by organizations is those technical skills that you would have garnered from your IT backgrounds, those are considered skills that can be taught once you're on the job. Another fascinating trend that we're seeing, and I'm going to tell you about, there's one trend on this slide, I'm going to tell you about two trends. So the one trend on this slide is showing that we are seeing increasing numbers of women entering cybersecurity, right? So 37% of our survey participants with less than 3 years experience were women, as opposed to only 28% with 8+ years. So there's two things to know here. One is we're attracting women at higher rates into the profession, which is fantastic. We aren't necessarily keeping them, and that's going to be another conversation for us. The other thing that we have data on that's interesting, and it's in the full report, is that women who do not come from IT backgrounds enter the profession at a higher rate than women who have had their start in IT. We also notice that women tend to start their cybersecurity careers much younger than men do, like over a decade difference. And that seems to speak to the fact that often men have taken another role and come into cybersecurity as a second career, as opposed to these women who we're seeing starting their careers in cybersecurity. It's some really interesting stuff. Here's something else that we learned. So we asked professionals in cybersecurity, what are the top 10 technical skills that you would recommend for people who are getting started? Not surprisingly, cloud security's top set list. That is the same topic that in our 2020 workforce study was the area that cybersecurity professionals want to focus their own professional development. And I'll tell you what, it's the same number that's top of the list. It's the same number. It's the same topic that's top of the list for 2021. Cloud security is far and away the area where most cybersecurity professionals think they need to focus. And we really think that that's because of the tremendous number of businesses that have moved their work to remote and to the cloud. And because historically, individuals have been trained on specific technology, but not thinking of security in an entire cloud ecosystem. And our experience at ISC Squared with our cloud certification is that our CCSP is actually our fastest on a percentage basis growing certification. So we're seeing that play out in the marketplace. Other very important technical topics are data analysis, coding and programming, encryption, risk assessment and management, and then you can see the rest of the list. But these are the areas that professionals say, learn this if you want to be successful in cybersecurity. Now, this slide is the most important slide that I am probably going to show you today. To pay close attention. You don't even have to pay close attention to the whole slide. We can just look at the top 5. We also asked professionals to tell us what are the most important non-technical skills to be successful in cybersecurity. And this is what they told us. We need problem solvers. We need analytical thinkers. We need critical thinkers. We need people who can both work independently and work in a team. And then let's just talk about number 6 for a second. Creativity. To me, creativity speaks to problem solving. These skills, this is what is changing the approach of organizations to what they're thinking about recruiting cybersecurity professionals. They are making the choice to focus on these non-technical skills when hiring and train the technical skills. So you'll get a copy of the slides and you can save this slide, and this should be some really interesting conversation within your business. But think non-technical first before you think technical. All right, we also said it's really important to understand what motivates people to come into the cybersecurity profession. And I just love this list. Pursuers want to solve problems. They also understand, so they're clever, pragmatic, one might say, that there's high demand for these skills and people want to be employed. And in a time of automation, you want a job that's going to have skills that are in high demand for a long time into the future. Obviously, they have an interest, they see career advancement opportunities, but then we see other things like the ability to help people in society, and compensation being much lower than any of those other more altruistic goals. So we kind of like that cybersecurity professionals, they want to help solve problems, they want to help people in society. We think that that's pretty great. And it's something for you to focus on when recruiting. What are the things that are going to attract individuals to your organization? And it would be able to experience those things that motivate them. All right, this is another really interesting recruiting tool for you. We also asked pursuers what they perceive as the keys to success. And so they said when they think about what would make me successful in my career, they talked about cybersecurity certifications. They talked about the ability to engage in training and learning. They also talked about IT certifications, professional networking, having a mentor, and you can see the list goes on and on. So what's great about this slide is it's like a hit list for you, a checklist for you of things you need to talk to your recruits about how you're going to help them succeed in their career. Now, of course, your organization needs to follow through and do those things as well. But let's turn to actual strategies that we've developed as a result of this research that we did. Our research paper that you can find on the website, you have the link from earlier in the presentation. It actually has 10 recommendations. I'm only sharing 5 of them with you today, but it's important to pay attention to these because these are really going to help you when thinking about developing your team for the long term. So let's start with number 1. Look inward. If you are willing to invest in people who don't already come to the table with cybersecurity skills, why not invest in those people you already know and trust? People who understand your systems, your processes, your people, your culture. Look for traits in professionals throughout your organization that might fit nicely into your cybersecurity roles. And I, in particular, would go back to that slide that talks about the non-technical skills and look for folks who exhibit analytical and critical thinking skills, the ability to solve problems, they can work independently and in a team. Those are the kind of people that you want to work with and see if they might be a good fit for a cybersecurity role. And here's one of the other great things. We find when looking across the security profession that often cybersecurity roles are fractional. somebody only spends a part of their job doing security work. That's a great way to test things out, both for the individual and for you as a leader. Put somebody on a project, see if the individual likes it, see if you as a leader think that they're a good fit for working on the team. We think that security leaders will be surprised to learn how many individuals already sit within their organization that may be a good fit for helping them build their teams. All right, strategy number 2, take a balanced approach to IT talent. Let's go with the premise that you can teach technical skills. They are important, they are critical, there is a place for them, but you can teach them. So we know already that IT teams are a source for security teams to recruit from and move people into their security teams. And we think that that's a great idea. It's a great feeder, right? And we also have data that tells us most IT professionals are between 3 and 10 years into their career when they make the shift to cybersecurity. And if somebody's going to make the shift, have them make the shift on your team. Don't have them leave the organization if they're a good team member. But what our caution is, we suggest you take a balanced approach. Diversity of experience and mindset is going to be important when building your team. People with IT backgrounds tend to focus on the more technical aspects of the business, whereas other individuals might be more prone to work on things like policy, risk and compliance, governance, and other areas that are equally as important to your program success. IT skill has a place on cybersecurity teams. Let's just make sure we're looking more broadly than just IT. All right, now I've probably said this a couple times already, so I'm going to say it again. Take the long view. The talent war for cybersecurity professionals is fierce. Only yesterday, I was talking to a 25-year-old who's on her 3rd job in cybersecurity, and she was telling me she has multiple offers on a regular basis to be recruited into new positions. And that's happening across the industry. Also, because of the pandemic, businesses generally are seeing excessively high staffing turnover, 20 to 30%. So the war for talent is real. Organizations who are successful in retaining team members have demonstrated commitment to those team members from the start. They invest in onboarding activities. They create professional development pathways. They focus on culture and more. Those things that those pursuers told us was important to them for a career in cybersecurity, the great organizations are focusing on those and making those a priority. They are developing that team building strategy, and they are exercising patience to see it play out over time. And we know that's hard. We know with all the breach headlines and the growing urgency of solving cyber threats on a daily basis may make you want to just go back to recruiting the all-stars. And by all means, make sure you are taking care of those most critical cyber risks for your organization. But we're recommending that over time, the best strategy is to build a sustainable team that can serve you over the long haul. Strategy number 4, foster mentorships. Our research, both our pursuers research and some diversity, equity, and inclusion research we did recently, tells us that professionals do better when they have mentors. And those mentors can be formal, or my favorite, they can be informal. Mentors provide young professionals or older professionals an opportunity to have someone to ask questions of, bounce ideas off of, And in somebody's first 3 years in the field, that kind of guidance from a slightly senior peer or a more senior peer is seen as being invaluable and really important to retaining people on your cybersecurity teams. So, and it's a win-win situation because you can encourage existing team members to take on this leadership role as mentor, as well as provide your new team members the benefit of having a mentor. And if you're a leader of a team, I encourage you to talk to the mentors and find out what they're learning. What are the newer members of the teams telling them? Where are they struggling? What can the organization do to adapt to better serve the team members and address their security needs? You may be surprised to find that the information sharing sparked by mentorship can instill confidence both in your mentee and the mentor. And I assure you that even if your mentorship program is informal, you are going to find leaders on your team that you had no idea that you had. And the last strategy I'm going to share with you today is about embracing diversity. By looking outside traditional cybersecurity pathways to recruit professionals, organizations will discover a wealth of diverse talent. Diversity in experience, gender, race, age, ethnicity, and more is an asset that forward-looking organizations embrace. Diverse perspectives help generate the bold, innovative ideas that solve the complex cyber threats that we are facing today. Work with your human resources team to ensure you are attracting and developing a more diverse talent pipeline, accelerating more inclusive and equitable workplace practices, and supporting full and equal participation in cybersecurity. We believe that together we are stronger, and that when we look at the workforce gap in cybersecurity, it becomes obvious that expanding our teams with as many perspectives as possible can only help us in our mission to inspire a safe and secure cyber world. We've built a DEI resource center at isc2.org/DEI to serve as a library of resources for both businesses and individuals who want to commit and join us to being DEI leaders in cybersecurity. Thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you for showing your leadership and being here. What you're doing is so important and valued. I look forward to the time when we can finally meet in person, and I hope that's in the not too distant future. Have a great rest of your conference, and thank you for having me.
Okay, so yeah, we just watched the Miss Claire video. So I want to say thank you so much for Miss Claire. That's really amazing presentation. We really appreciate it and enjoy it. I want to remind you all as well to visit our SC2 booth at www.xcion.org. Let me repeat it again. www.xcion.org. So yeah, you can see IC2 booth there together with 6 booth owners as well. And then yeah, once again, I want to remind you to do not forget to vote your favorite speaker or panelist or moderator. Please contact Vina via WhatsApp number at +62 896 3798 0369. So yeah, our next session will be a panel discussion on the topic securing SaaS and cloud infrastructure. Let's us invite our moderator, Pak Arifin Ritonga. He is an ICION advisory, and together with him are the panelists. First is Pak Roderick Balik, he is an ICION advisory. Second is Pak Andri Purnomo, he is IT Sex VP from Dana. The third one is Payoga Kaunang. He's managing director from Blue Fox Starlight. And the fourth one is Madam Norahana Salimin. She is the head of department from Cybersecurity Malaysia. And last but not least, Mr. Nicholas NG, co-founder from XCION. So yeah, let's invite everyone to the Zoom platform. And please, Pak Arifin, I hand over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Audi. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining the panel discussion today. I'm really honored to be able to join this great panelists that has been already with us today. So as Mbak Audi is already introduced all of the panelists actually, but let's get to know them a little bit, deeper. Maybe there's a saying in Indonesia, also in Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, tak kenal maka tak sayang. So I'd like to maybe ask some panelists to say a few words to address about the attendee, about yourself, and also maybe some comments related to our topics today. It is securing cloud infrastructure, including the SaaS securities. SaaS, yeah. So the first one is Ms. Norahana. He's an information specialist from Cybersecurity Malaysia. He's currently head of department in Malaysian Security Evaluation Facility. So, Ms. Nora, is it okay to address you, Ms. Nora or Ms. Hannah?
Yes, no problem.
No problem. But so maybe you can say something,
right.
To audience participants.
Assalamualaikum and a very good evening to all from all around the world. So I'm Nora Hannah. You can call me Hannah. So as what Pak Arifin mentioned just now, I'm currently in Cybersecurity Malaysia, leading the Malaysian Security Evaluation Facility, where we conduct security testing, functional security testing, penetration testing on ICT products, and etc. So thank you for having me in this, I think, an awesome session where we can learn many things about cybersecurity's field and about competency that is required in cybersecurity just now. So I hope that this session will be continuous. I believe it's a continuous, it's a yearly event, right? So
yes.
Yes, okay. So I think it's a good to have this kind of session, this kind of event regularly, because as what mentioned by the speaker just now, cybersecurity is booming, but the talents is short. We are short on talents. The same happens here in Malaysia. We have so many cybersecurity posts, but we are lacking the cybersecurity talents. So I believe this kind of events can promote cybersecurity as something that is important, especially in protecting our infrastructure, not just cloud, basically our IT infrastructure and our data in terms of security and also privacy. So thank you again, and hopefully we can have a good session and a great discussion after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nora. So, and the second panelist is Mr. Roderick Bellick. Do I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, correct. Baklig, actually. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. And I am actually Roderick Baklig. I work as a manager at an insurance company here in Japan. I work in a department called Security Advisory and Risk Assurance. So we are actually the oversight of all the security processes, and we take care of the things that, if there are some things that and additional policies that the company needs in order for securing, the infrastructures and the businesses of all our company. I hope this session will be fruitful and there will be a lot of takeaways from our guests. So hold on tight and listen to or watch us to share our thoughts on the cloud and SaaS infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Roderick. And the third panelist is Pak Andri Purnomo. Pak Andri has also been a sportive member in XCION, has been speakers also in our regular events. So Pak Andri.
Thank you, Pak Arifin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. So please introduce my name. My name is Andri. I'm coming from Indonesia, Dana, Indonesia. I'm the VP for the IT security in Dana. So Dana is a startup company dealing with the financial. So basically, we are the technology company that serving for Indonesia cashless society. So we want to be a cashless community in Indonesia. So we probably still in beginning because we just probably have the 4th anniversary, but our customer already reaching more than 100 million customers, and it is quite significant growth in the recent year. But I agree with the previous speaker saying that we are shortage in the cybersecurity because we have also opening several vacant, but only few of the names that probably will to apply the position and still have the shortage in terms of experience. But in this event, I believe this is should be something that can proclaim cybersecurity more into the priority. So I wish everyone will supporting this. And I think in this discussion today, we probably are going to be have a good discussion and inspiring all the people. So basically, we want to get something different or probably something better from previous. I think that's all, Pak Arifin. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Andri. Thank you. Yeah. So the next panelist is Nicholas. He's one of a co-founder of XCION. And also, he's been around. If you are listening this event from yesterday, he's been quite sometimes. So maybe you can add.
Sure, Pak. Arifin, I'm very, very happy today to see you and some of my old friends, Andri, Mr. Rod, konnichiwa. And thank you so much, Puan Nora, for your support and participations. Basically, this panelist is actually meant for the panelists from the AT&T cybersecurity, and because of the time zone different, so I actually sort of like quote unquote represent AT&T cybersecurity to be part of this panelist session. Yes, I am one of the co-founders of XCION. Exciting journeys, many good friends that we have met. And I am also a humble founder and the managing director of Provintel Cybersecurity. Thank you. Very happy today. Thank you.
Nick. And our last panelist, last but not least, Pak Yoga Kaunang, is with the Stellar Cyber. As a representative of Stellar Cyber in this event, so he's a expert in the XDR solution. So, Pak Yoga, can you say something, address the attendance?
Yoga, nice to meet you, Pak.
Nice to meet you,
Pak
Nick. Nice to meet you again, Pak Arifin.
Nice to meet you, Pak.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yoga Kaunang. I'm a cybersecurity enthusiast. I'm experienced a lot of cybersecurity solutions around 15 years. And now I'm at Blue Fox Starlight, an MSSP, especially in SOC solution using Stella Cyber. And of course, it's been an honor to be invited in this XCION webinar, and nice to know you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Yoga. So yeah, that's all of our 5 panelists. So without further ado, we can enter the discussion. So our topic today is securing cloud infrastructure, including SaaS. So I'd like to ask first to Ms. Nora. So about this, so we've seen so many growth in utilization of this cloud infrastructure, including SaaS, of course. So because many of the condition is this cloud infrastructure is the infrastructure itself is owned by provider. So who is actually responsible to securing this cloud infrastructure? Is it us as a user or is it service provider? Time is yours.
Okay. Thanks, Pak Arifin, for this question. So I think this is a very fundamental question that we'll touch on what is cloud infra, what is the models that we have in the cloud. So before I can answer that question, I believe we need to understand the cloud deployment and also models for the architecture, which basically reflected the type of cloud services that the user subscribe from the cloud provider. So from this infrastructure and deployment, we can see that the responsibility to secure the cloud infrastructure and also the data is basically as a shared responsibility for both us as a user or also us as a provider and also the service providers themselves. So basically just to refresh our mind on some basics, concept of cloud. So basically when we talk about cloud, we have several implementations, which is first one is the private clouds, where if we see the private clouds, users are basically responsible for all aspects of the security of the cloud because it is basically hosted in our own data centers. So this will include the physical network, the infrastructure, hypervisor, virtual network, OS, firewalls, access management, identity, and so on. So, and then the user is also owning the data and also, of course, responsible to make sure the data is secure. And when we talk about the public clouds like AWS or Microsoft Azure, so the cloud provider typically owns the infrastructure, physical network, and also a hypervisor. So the user may own the workloads, apps that is on the cloud, the virtual network access, and also the data. And also, yeah, we have hybrid clouds. So it's basically a combination of public and private cloud. And also the last one is the community cloud, which is a cloud infra that is shared between several organizations for specific common concerns or interests like compliance, jurisdiction, security, and managed either in public or private cloud as well. So, and then we see from there what are the architectures, common architectures that we usually refer in cloud models. So we have, as we know, the infrastructure as a service, the platform as a service, and also the software as a service, SaaS. So so basically there's a lot more as a service term used nowadays. So we have also test as a service, and also security now is offered as a service. And now we are also facing hackers, the bad people are also providing hacking as a service. We can do phishing as a service, DDoS as a service, and so on. So what you need is just a credit card or crypto money to subscribe these services in the dark web. So when I say we, I mean the bad users, not good users like us, right? So with infra as a service, the cloud provider provides only the physical or virtual infrastructure. So from this level, we can see that the user is the admin of the network and system infra or the applications and also the data. So with PaaS, the cloud provider or the service provider manage the entire security of infra, including the middleware components such as the databases. And the application and the data content comes from the user or the tenant. And SaaS, so means that the cloud provider provides everything from the infra to the application. So the cloud user or the tenants adds the data and access it. So the primary responsibility for the cloud provider in this context is for the for securing the platform, which includes physical security, infra and application security. So they do not own the client's data or the tenant's data or the user data, and the customer or the client or the user is basically the one who is responsible for the data. So that is where the user responsibility comes in to prevent or minimize the risk of, for example, malicious data breach, accidental exposure, and malware insertion on their endpoint or data. So just to share a bit, Cybersecurity Malaysia has developed a guideline for securing cloud implementation by cloud service subscriber. So the purpose of this guideline is basically to guide the user on security features that should be applied to different cloud service models at different subscription stage. So this is quite something new, which are typically not addressed by many parties. So we try to refine the requirements or assist the user to put some security controls in the cloud subscription stages, such as during pre or during subscribing the service and also post services. So another documents that I think can be referred also is there is a technical code on cloud service provider selection, which is developed by Malaysian Technical Standards Forum Berhad or MTFSB and registered by the Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Commission MCMC in Malaysia for organizations to select, basically pick and choose which cloud providers suit them based on certain requirements, especially security and privacy aspect. So this document also mentioned about the shared responsibility, where users or providers will have different responsibility with different cloud architecture. So I think I will share the links to both documents later in the chat box. So you may refer it or download it for your readings. Basically, as a conclusion, user and cloud provider have shared responsibility and need to work hand in hand in securing the cloud environment and data stored in the cloud from cyber threats and attacks. So back to you, Arifin.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Nora, very comprehensive answers explaining about the type of the architecture, and then based on the services, so the responsible will be divided. But at the end of the day, the data itself will be the user's responsibility to secure.
Yes.
So also, I'm looking forward to see the 2 links that you will provide for the guideline of cloud security and technical code for service providers. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. If any other panelists have additional comment on our first question, I'd like to welcome somebody to open the mic.
Yeah, I mean, basically what Puan Hana managed to share with us, it was very clear. I mean, in short, it's actually pizza. Yeah, you can actually search for pizza and you're able to see the matrix. Yeah, which are the shared responsibilities that are clearly defined in that particular matrix. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. So yeah, we as a user, we also need to secure our data, even if it's if we are using cloud infrastructure. Okay, we'll go to the next question. This is our second question. Well, we need to secure our cloud infrastructure, whatever the type of the architecture. But at the end of the day, the data we need to secure. We cannot say that this belongs to providers' responsibility. So the second question is for Roderick. So what are the challenges to securing this, the security for the cloud infrastructure?
Thank you, Arifin, for the question. Of course, I mean, as well as with the other, not only cloud infrastructures, but with the other assets that we have in our company, the people is actually the number one challenges, ranging from the talents to the management to the users. For the challenges in securing cloud infra, I would say finding the right people with the right proper skills. It's not easy to find someone that can cover all the clouds. Less difficult. It's actually less difficult to find AWS or Azure or a GCP specialist than all of them maintaining a multiple cloud environment. One people might get a AWS certification, then when the next time he leaves, and then the next company that's going to work with is using a different public cloud. So it is rare to actually see right nowadays to use one public cloud providers and then secure because of all the different ways the three main public clouds handles IAM, networking, key management. So there's really a difficulty in understanding the way all other public clouds handles all its technology and securing their cloud infrastructures, their SaaS. And of course, in the management, I think the budget is the one issue, because I've seen in my previous work that when we are trying to ask them to secure their log collectors, and they said, "Oh, we cannot provide or purchase a software firewall to protect the log collectors because they don't have any budget," and the clients just tend to entrust their security to the providers. So securing the SaaS and the cloud infrastructure starts with, of course, like the endpoint having visibility on it. So making sure that logging is set properly, knowing which modules of the SaaS cloud that is being used, making sure that it can track changes and identify easily the security gaps in the controls. So I'm talking about the checking the settings against the best practices. There are some best practices, but however, there are some settings that you need to go beyond or maybe just below the best practices because of your availability of the what do you call this, of the infrastructure models that you're being contracted with. So there are some stuff like, can I detect admin connections, for example, from a different country? Tooling like CASB or cloud monitoring tool. So especially looking at some of the vendor side, most issues are due to the lack of controls and visibility on their SaaS cloud environment. They just give it everything to the cloud providers. So in this way, we recommend to test the cloud infrastructures by a third party. There are some risk vendors right now there who can actually give you web services like how risky is your cloud infrastructures on all of your applications facing web. So the vendor that does the cloud security assessment and give you recommendations on the things that can go wrong in controls that are not in the CIS or in other benchmarks. So SaaS and cloud evolve quite also fast right now. So keeping the talents head to head with the current cloud infrastructure services, that's also one of the main challenge right now. So like I said, the main ones are actually people, ranging from the talents, management, and then the user. So some users also doesn't know, they just tend to make mistakes in using the cloud. So yeah. that's actually quite the my answer.
Thank you, Roderick. So yeah, the first people is a common problem maybe all over the world. The talent, I mean, the one who operates the technical perspective, and also the users who use the technology, and also the management who, you know, at the end, he's the one who's responsible for the all over related to this one. Yeah, and also the point technical perspective you mentioned about how to have the visibility of the system is also really a good point that I heard. Maybe all other panelists also wants to add what other challenges to securing this cloud infrastructure.
I think Nick wants to add something.
Right. Well, I think as in my during my session yesterday, there were 3 key things that I shared pertaining to the main challenges in the cloud environment. The first one is the IT skills gap. The second one would be the security misconfiguration that caused severe data breaches, and the third one would be, you know, your shadow asset, your shadow IT, your shadow cloud, your shadow API. Yeah, I think this is what I think will be the challenges that people need to look at in securing your cloud infrastructure. Thank you.
Yeah, the last one is emphasizing what Roderick mentioned about the visibility. So we need to see all of the assets we have, but sometimes we don't know what we don't know. So that's like a difficult part.
I will able to tackle some of this, you know, in my session later on, Pak Arifin. Yeah,
and of course, like I said, the most important thing is you have to have support from your management, from getting the budget and you know, securing your your cloud infrastructures, because if they don't understand, then they might as well that, oh, that's actually the minimum, you know, minimum that we can have. So like I said, it's people, everything from management, from technical talents to the user. So yeah, those are the challenges.
Yeah.
Yep. Maybe I can add one more bit, a bit different perspective. Basically, if you are a government entity or government agency or government related, you know, organization, so one of the challenges is also about classifying your data or data that is going to be stored in the cloud. So I think in Malaysia we are, you know, a few years back we have a, you know, I think a quite, I mean, interesting discussion on whether the government should use cloud to store their data. So if it's okay, then what kind of data or what type of data that you want to store in the cloud? So how you trust the cloud provider to protect this data, and also about data in terms of jurisdiction risk. If you're talking about risk, so if let's say the government's data is originate from Malaysia but stored in somewhere in US, for example, so how the legal implication of this data will be impacted to the government, for example. So I think if we look into the perspective of data classification on cloud, so that's a bit challenging if it's involved like government organizations or entities, and also it's also involve maybe high risk, you know, data, sensitive data that is very crucial to certain organizations. So what if the breach happens outside of Malaysia? So how can that organization sue or, you know, do investigation in a location outside from Malaysia? How the jurisdiction will be? And again, it's about legal implications. So I believe this is also a challenge when we talk about using cloud to store our sensitive data. Yes, that's my view on this.
Thank you, Ms. Nora. Yeah, this about the data. Well, in Indonesia, it's still maybe a little bit behind in terms of using cloud in government. So most of government, I mean not most, but almost all of the government institutions are still not allowed to use cloud infrastructure for my. But yeah, it's a good maybe discussion related to this one. Maybe a discussion for especially Indonesian government. Okay, thank you all for the comments and the answers for the second question. So we'll go to the next questions. So we have mentioning about many challenges to securing cloud infrastructure, and maybe it's still related to that. I'd like to ask Pak Andri Purnomo. So what aspect do you think should we prioritize in order to securing this cloud infrastructure?
Okay, thank you, Pak Arifin. So basically, Ms. Nora already explained and elaborate what will be the component of cloud infrastructure. Yeah, it can be consisting of network servers, storage, hypervisors, management software, or even deployment software. So that is basically. So when we say about the protection, so basically we need to refer to those individual components. And the most common one when we see a crossing different shared responsibility among the cloud provider from private to public or even to hybrid. So basically all of those have the similar thing, which is the data is your responsibility. And the first thing that related to data is related to for account. So the many things that when we deploy the cloud security, basically the service account will be typically privileged account, and they may have access to all the critical infrastructures. One compromise, attacker or hacker can access to cloud network and can access sensitive resource or even your data. Then we need to make sure that this service account need to be securely created, and then we need to have the, especially when we want to converting the infrastructure as a code, when everything the deployment in development is there in the cloud. So the suggestion to look at is to probably you can use the identity or access management, probably to set the policies that will be like controlling the access and authentication to the service account. So that will be the first one, the account. The second part will be the server. So basically, when the server can be a bit tricky. Yeah, it depending on the subscription that you enroll to the cloud services. When you enroll for the SaaS, basically you don't have any control to the server, so you just probably transfer the responsibility to the public providers. But however, in terms of infrastructure as a service or that will be into your responsibility. So we need to make sure that physical server, including the device, or like a load balancer, or even like network equipment, need to be hardened as well. So we need to make sure that we can control the inbound and outbound communications, just to make sure that we can trust to specific environment, not probably can decreasing the potential to accessing to other network. And then we need to look at the communications. So we need to mostly encrypt with probably the secure key. So making sure that we can avoid the man-in-the-middle attack. And the last part will be the minimize the privilege, because previous account can access many things. So yeah, we need to have a separate in the account to access to what services, just to make sure that we can probably when we see the things in hacking, so basically we can probably isolating, not to can give all the granted access to everything. Something that probably we can learn from service like the web service. So in web service, basically people might forget to use the privileged account when there is like a vulnerability inside the web services. So basically you can access that a whole the vulnerabilities, but you probably can be a privileged account as well. So that will be we need to limit that capabilities. And the third one will be the hypervisor. So basically hypervisor in public and private, we need to separate it differently. In public, probably you can give that to the cloud provider, and in private you can manage everything. So because this hypervisor, you can probably have need to ensure that there is no attacker can access to all hosts and virtual machine running on it. So the things that we need to consider is to securing the hypervisor. It should be hardened, patched, isolated from public network, or physically secured in your data center. So make sure that it is probably not publicly exposed. And then we probably need to assign this privilege just to make sure that it is not going to, when this is probably broken down. So basically we can isolate things, not to give every resource to the compromised account. And then we probably can use the secure and monitor setting hardware, cache, and network used by the hypervisor, just to make sure that, yeah, we can see we can get the better visibility for the cloud for the crowd. And the same thing, I think, with the storage and also the database. So basically, because yeah, this is when you're managing like infrastructure as a service, probably you manage by your own, you create your architectures, and you to harden the same thing that you probably manage that in on-prem. So you need to make sure that it is limited access given. So you need to harden that, you need to patch that, you to have giving the very secure access. And the last part will be the Kubernetes. Yeah. So many of the user now is using the Kubernetes on the cloud. It is almost impossible to separate the Kubernetes cluster with other cloud computing layers. This include the application or the code itself, a container image, compute instance, and network layers. So each layer is built on top of the previous layer, and all layers must be protected for defense in depth. So the things that we need to consider in the Kubernetes is related to the 4C, code, containers, cluster, and cloud. So we may, like the code, we need to ensure that the code in container is not malicious and use secure coding practice. Container, scanning the container image for vulnerabilities, protecting container at runtime, and ensure they are configured securely according to the best practice. The cluster, protecting Kubernetes master node and ensure cluster configuration is in line with security best practice. And the last part will be the cloud, using the cloud provider tool to secure underlying infrastructure and including compute instance and virtual private cloud. So I think that's all 7 will be the practice. Then it is based on elaboration of the component of cloud infrastructure.
Thank you, Andri, for very comprehensive answers. Starting from the account, the one who will be accessing the data, So we need to secure that, and also some parts, the servers, hypervisor, storage, and also the last part is Kubernetes. Yeah, so I think if anybody wants to add the comment, to add additional comment for that, but I think it's quite including all of things. So I think we can proceed to the next question. So this question is for Nick. So Nick, so this from technology perspective, so what should we prepare or do to securing this cloud infrastructure?
Thank you, Pak Arifin. Well, it is a good question. It is really an exciting one. Well, I think the rest of the panelists have explained a lot of the answers to the audience. Yeah, but just allow me to, to summarize some of the key points. Yeah. So in terms of preparing, as well as to securing the cloud workloads in the operations. Yeah. So I think in the preparation stage, I think what do you need to prepare? Prepare means is even before you go to the cloud. Yeah. So when you go to the cloud and you prepare at that time, that it is a big issue. Yeah. So I mean, you need to prepare in the sense of what I'm trying to say is before even you go to the cloud. Yeah. So basically, in terms of preparation, I'm looking at I can summarize it into two things. Yeah. One is to prepare a new improved data security architecture. Yeah. Data security architecture. Two, to prepare a zero trust security architecture. Why so? So in terms of data security architecture is that regardless whether you are using PAS, SAS, or IaaS in the cloud, yeah, the data security architecture is very much different. Yeah, and it's also very challenging. Yeah, in organization in categorizing the data, classifying the data, so because how these data are managed are very different. Yeah, especially, this is why people are going for hybrid cloud. Yeah. Why? Because of data security. Yeah. So, and of course, as what mentioned by Pak Andre, make good use of the cloud tools, the cloud available tools that can help you to achieve, your data security objective. Yeah. And, just ensure that your cloud backups and your workload images are encrypted. Yeah. So this is what I can say, about data security. And one last thing, as what mentioned by Puan Nora, data sovereignty. Yeah. So you need to consider the legal and the compliance risks. Yeah. In your cloud service provider selections. Yeah. So this is what I can summarize on the data security architecture that you need to prepare. The second thing you need to prepare would be your zero trust architecture. This is pertaining to the the identity and access management. Yeah, I think so. You need to improve your IAM security in managing your both the human and the non-human accounts. Mainly to say your users account as well as your cloud service account, as what mentioned by Pak Andre and Mr. Rod. Yeah. So again, you see, basically, the perimeter security is no longer applicable. Yeah. When you move to the cloud, and basically your password and your cloud service access key are your primary defense. Yeah. So to prepare, you have to to make sure that your users' accounts, at the minimum, just you have to use MFA. Yeah. To prevent this user account from the account takeover attack. Yeah, due to the compromise email, your business email compromise, or those, data breaches. Yeah. So the most challenging part, as what mentioned, if I remember correctly, was Andre. He mentioned about cloud service account. Am I right? and Mr. Rod as well.
Yes.
So you see, the more challenging part is for many organizations is that they fail to manage the cloud service account. The non-human accounts that are being provisioned for the applications and the cloud services. Yeah. So basically, these are the cloud service account that will become the prime target for the cyber criminals. Yeah, because why? Because many of these cloud service accounts are created by your developers, by your cloud ops personnel. Yeah, that we have seen that most of these accounts are in default configuration without the right security. The what they call the key management policy. If you are actually using the cloud service key. Yeah. So these issues are sad, but they are it is the truth. Yeah, because because of weak key management policy or weak password policy. And again, for this area, I think so you need to identify those good cloud tools, that can help you to achieve this objective much more easier, such as some of this the key management service, so that you can make good use of, So this is how in the preparation stage, data security architecture, zero trust security architecture, privilege account management. So these are all the things that are among the important prep lists. So while of course while your asset, your workloads are in the cloud, so you need to secure them in operations. So either in a multi-cloud environment or hybrid cloud environments. Beside a good healthy configurations or secure configuration, it all comes down to visibility, by how to maintain the visibility, basically through regular audit programs, through threats monitoring. So the regular audit programs would usually you need to focus more on the identity and access, to hunt or to look for these ghost accounts, unused service account especially. So on the monitoring part, we have Pak Yoga is one of the experts in this, so I will let him to share more, right? So I do not want to take his airtime. So basically, yes, for the monitoring part, I just want to say a few things. One is to start to monitor, to identify and to monitor your external attack surface for various exposure risks due to, especially due to security misconfigurations and vulnerabilities. And secondly, you have to look into to implement advanced SIEM or XDR technologies, to scoop and to store the data and the logs from the various cloud services, from the containers, from the applications, from the databases, as well, from anywhere, because as we all know, that the availability of this data and these logs in the clouds are limited. So this is why you need the XDR or the advanced SIEM technology, that able to scoop all this information, from hybrid cloud, from multi-cloud. So you're able to skip and store all this information for threat hunting, for detection and response. So I would like Pak Yoga to share more on this matter. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. So Nick has wrapped the many things, including technology perspective that we discussed more on the many preventative portion. Then maybe this will, I'll pass to the next question to Pak Yoga. As Nick said that XDR, the monitoring part or detection part will be something that Pak Yoga as an expert more on that. So Pak Yoga, can you take on the next question? How well, XDR solution can help customers to securing the cloud infrastructure.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Arifin and Pak Nick. Firstly, I want to talk about the current situation. In fact, 90% of organizations around the world is now adopting cloud technologies. It can be only one cloud or multiple cloud. This situation is become like, gold mine for black hat hackers organization or APT group, because the attack surface available for attackers to target has expanded dramatically, while the organizations that adopting the cloud technology itself still facing an internal cybersecurity skills shortage. The skills shortage has made it difficult for them to mitigate risks, not just in their local network, but now it wider into cloud environment. Let me show you a slide so I can explain it clear about XDR.
You can share screen. You are already co-host now.
Give me a second. Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Pak Arifin?
Yes,
yeah.
We can.
Okay. XDR solution is a great tool nowadays to fight against advanced sophisticated attacks which are created by the cyber criminals, because XDR, or extended detection and response, it had a lot of variety security defenses, combination of EDR, endpoint detection and response, NDR, network detection and response, plus it also had SIEM, the log event correlation, SOAR, the automation, threat intel, threat hunting capability, and also the AI or machine learning technology that really help SOC engineer to filter the false positive alerts and also directly pointing out the root cause of the problem. So detect and response become more faster and more accurate. And the other thing about XDR is it can monitor wider environment, of course, not just your on-premise infrastructure, but also your cloud infrastructure. So in summary, yes, XDR, of course, can help customers to securing cloud infrastructure with its variety of security defenses like EDR, NDR, and so on. And we also know hackers nowadays become more clever, and they even using advanced technology to attack you. They can attack on your on-premise environment first, and then using it to gain access to your cloud environment, or the other way around. Hence, XDR will protect you, not just cloud, but also your on-premise environment. And again, XDR is just a technology. You also need cybersecurity people that can monitor 24/7 across your environment. For that case, you can also find a few vendors that can provide XDR technology, including people, and become managed XDR. One of them, of course, Blue Fox Starlight. Okay, that's my explanation. Thank you, and back to you, Pak Arifin.
XDR can extend the monitoring, checking about some happen or incidents that happen in the environment, both in on-premise infrastructure and also in the cloud infrastructure. So we'll have a wider visibility toward our environment in terms of already detected or already entered intrusion, right? So now we both covered the preventive part and also the detective part by this XDR. Okay, thank you, Pak Yoga again. So I'd like to welcome one question maybe from audience, if possible. Before, seems there's no questions yet. So we'll have our time actually just limited to until 3:15, which is another 2 minutes. So maybe if there's no questions from participants, then we can close this session. But before that, for before we close, if any other panelist that wants to, say something before we can close related to this, our topic today, securing cloud infrastructure.
Yes, Pak Arifin. Okay, let me add something. So before we end the show for today, so, basically, just to add on with Pak Yoga, the XDR is the future. Yeah. So there are many beauties or capabilities of XDR, that we're able to see many managed XDR provider out there. Yeah. Whereby data are from everywhere, from anywhere. Yeah, and then the beauty of XDR is how we would able to determine whether this XDR is good or not. It will be a lot depending on the security orchestration, automation, and response. The capability of the XDR in helping the organizations in the automated response to threat. Yeah. So I think, I think XDR is going to be a very excited topic, and thank you, Pak Yoga, also for sharing his slides pertaining to XDR. And I think that there are still many people out there who are quite confused, with what's the difference of this XDR with other conventional SIEM technologies and so on. So we hope we can have more events, just to also share about the beauty of XDR and why it is so important, especially even to the cloud service provider, or even the cloud service subscriber or cloud service users, I like to call it. Thank you. Over to you, Pak Arifin. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. And also, since we have run out of time, so I'd like to thanks again to the panelists, Ms. Nora, Pak Andri, Roderick, Pak Yoga, and Nick. And I'll give the session back to Baudi.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pak Arifin, Pak Andri, Mr. Nicholas, Mr. Roderick, Pak Yoga, and Miss Nora. Thank you so much. That's really amazing discussion. We're really enjoying it. So yeah, I want to remind again, do not forget to visit Stellar booth at www.xcion.org. And I also want to remind again for all of the attendees to do not forget to vote your favorite speaker or panelist or moderator. You can vote right now. Please contact Vina via WhatsApp number at +62 896 3798 0369. Thank you so much again for all of the panelists. So yeah, we are go to the next session. Our last session for today is a panel discussion as well on the topic addressing API visibility and vulnerability threat landscape in 2022. Let's invite our moderator, Pak Andang Nugroho. He is a president IC2 Jakarta chapter, and together with him are the panelists is Mr. Lim Poon Kok. He's a VP APAC for non-name security. And then the second one is a Prof. Dr. Huzin Jazri. And the third one is Pak Darmadi. He's a CIO of Toyota Astra Motor. And the fourth one is Mr. Christopher Lack. He's a senior advisor CISUS. And yeah, the last but not least, I will invite Pak Ray Sugiarto, our co-founder of XCION, but to replace Pak Hana because unfortunately Pak Hana have another urgent meeting. So yeah, welcome to all the panelists. Let's invite everyone to the Zoom platform, and please Pak Andang, I hand over to you.
Thank you, Odi. Yeah, good afternoon. All participants, thank you for your time joining this session. Let me try to present. Can I present my slides, Audi?
Already, Pak. I already make you co-host right now.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Okay. The title is a bit menacing, yeah, a bit heavy, yeah, but actually we want this discussion to be very light and informative. Yeah. So API visibility and vulnerability of API. So with API, we are thinking that we are connecting to somebody else, our partners, our probably suppliers as well, our clients, and everybody now connects with API. So is it safe? How vulnerable is it? And how we secure and protect our APIs? Yeah. Okay. That's in a sense is the topic of the panel discussion right now. Okay. Now with me are the panel members, and with the exception of Pak Hana is not able to join us, and we have a replacement for this panel discussion. Let me just ask each of the panel member to introduce themselves. I know that all of them are seasoned speaker, yeah, very famous already. But let us let them introduce themselves to the audience. Okay. Why don't we begin with Chris? You around?
Hey, hi.
Yep.
Sorry, just realized we always have this problem. The mic is not turned on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Lake here. So in today's session, I'm representing CISO, which stands for Center for Strategic Cyberspace and International Study. So I'm a senior advisor and been part of this think tank since 2018. So in my day job, I work in a university in Singapore. So I am the head of cybersecurity for the university. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I can call you Chris, right?
Oh, yeah. Just call me Chris. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Next is, these are also from the education background, yeah. Associate professor and also a colonel, yeah, from the military, Dato Husin Jasri. Please, the time is yours, Pak Jasri.
Thank you, Pak Andang. If I pronounce you correctly, Pak Andang.
Yeah.
All right. You can call me Prof. Jazz or Dr. Jazz. Jazz is the last name there. Like jazz music is a easy name to remember. Yeah, I was from the military. I'm no longer in the military. I retired many years ago as a colonel. Yeah, and I'm also with the university in Kuala Lumpur. It's a technology university, but I'm also with the industry as well. So I have multiple hats here, working for the industry, oil and gas, as well as business entity called ESPC, E-Security and Privacy Channel. It is the channel that is working together with Pak Ray today to to make sure that this event going superb. And I was in the government before, in the R&D agencies, and also I believe I have all the segments needed so far in cybersecurity area, in terms of whether it is government or private sector or GLCs, and I was also in overseas in Africa, in the Middle East, and I've been in this industry for more than 30 over years. That's in short.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Jess. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
ESPC. Yeah. So e-security and privacy channel. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Very relevant to our discussion this afternoon. Yeah. Next will be Pak Darmadi. Pak Wilbertus Darmadi. Please,
okay,
Pak.
Thank you, Pandang. Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me again here. Yeah. Thank you also to Ray, my old friend. Yeah. So, okay. So, actually, I have around 26 years. Yeah, 26 years experience in IT before I become a CIO of Toyota Astra Motor. My experience, especially in automotive industry, two-wheelers and four-wheelers, and yeah, before become a CIO, I start as an engineer. Yeah, at the time, yeah, as a infrastructure engineer, and I have rotated to hold several. I think almost all the role in IT, from the infrastructure and application, project management, and others. I have take the role. Yeah. So that's all. Thank you. Back to you, Pandang.
Thank you, Pak Darmadi. Now, next would be an old friend. I've known him for long, and he's been moving around companies, and all of them are successful. So now he is representing a new company. Yeah. Okay, PK, go ahead, PK.
Hey, hi. Thank you. I'm done for your intro. Good evening, everybody. My name, I think a lot of people don't know my Chinese name, Lim Pung Gao, but if most of them, they know my name as PK Lim. Okay, so today I'm the VP Sales for No Name Security, but today I'm not representing the company. I'm here is partly because I was invited because Pare want me to talk something about the API security, which is something that is new in the industry. And reason why he's invited me because I have more than 30 over years of security experience. Start from last time from physical security, and then after that, coming to cybersecurity. In fact, 20 over years ago, I was one of the CISP as well. And most of the security company I've been to, I believe most of you are aware about it, like Fortinet, like Blue Coat, which is Symantec right now, which is Palo Alto, Nicira, which is micro-segmentation, Nutanix, etc., and Big Grass SASE. So again, I'm here to share all the API technology. So again, my name is PK Lim. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have also Bunwa here.
Okay. Hey, hi. My name is Bunwa. I am a solution architect from No Name. Yeah, here to support the team here and help you to understand anything on API security, so as how we can, the challenges and how we can solve those problems. Yeah, pleasure to meet everyone. Yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you. All of you have 20 plus years of experience in IT, in security. Good. Makes me feel young. Okay. Okay, let's begin the discussion. Yeah, I would like to start the discussion usually with the questions, and let me put the questions on screen. Q1. So there will be 5 questions from me to each of the panel members, and then we would also like to invite, if the audience have questions as well regarding the topics, the current topics, or anything that might relate to APIs and API security, API visibility, and vulnerability. So questions are welcome. from the audience attendees. I'm sure that our colleagues, our senior colleagues can contribute their views on what your problems might be and probably propose solutions as well. So, okay. Let me start with the question one. Yeah, question one, I think is I would like to address this to an industry person. Let me read the questions first. Yeah. So companies are becoming more open and connected. Yeah. Even before the pandemic, this is true, and also because of the pandemic, and this is accelerated. So company now wants to collaborate with the partners using electronic channels, using APIs. Yeah. So for the supply chains, to our vendors, to our customers, to our partners, it's all connected now via APIs more than ever. Yeah. So I want to look at how a company, maybe not a technology company. Yeah. Let me address this to Pak Darmadi. We want to see how an automotive company is connected. What are the partners? What are the regular partners of an automotive company? Are they IT inclined, or are they not? Are they more of manufacturers? Are you connected with API as well to them? And then the question is, are you worried about the security postures that this API and connectivity present to your company?
Okay. Thank you, Pak Andang. So let's talk about the automotive industry, the ecosystem. If we are talking the automotive industry, maybe we can talk about the manufacturing, the manufacturer, then of course the dealer, our supplier, yeah, our vendors also who supported us, and our value chain, yeah, for example, the financing industry, the insurance, yeah, company, yeah, that's all actually the automotive ecosystem industry. Yeah. So actually, yes, yeah, we are connect each other. Yeah. For example, now Toyota, we have M Toyota. Yeah, that's a kind of the applications, yeah, mobile applications for our customer. Yeah. And also we have a website, and recently we just launched a new e-commerce. Yeah, so our customer, we try to encourage them, yeah, enable them to purchase the vehicle through online, yeah, e-commerce. That's a new one that we just launched. Yeah, so all the applications, yeah, you're correct that they interconnect with, of course, with all the parties that I mentioned above. Yeah, for example, we have e-commerce. The application actually it will connect to our financing company. Yeah, it will connect to the insurance company, to the payment gateway. Yeah. So for example, for the e-commerce, when the customer log in, yeah, they can try to estimate a kind of they can calculate actually for their financing. Yeah, if they buy the vehicle credit, using the credit with how many installment. Yeah, so they can calculate directly in the apps. Yeah, so the apps actually at the back end we integrate with our partner, yeah, our value chain, the financing company. So the financing company provide all the calculations. Yeah, so if the customer want to try to calculate if they plan to pay with the credit, actually all the calculations, the formula is provided by our financing company at the back end. Yeah, so we connect using the API, yeah, through the financing company apps. Yeah, so that's one of the example, and also for the insurance, yeah, for the payment gateway. So this is true that now everything is we are talking about the API. Yeah? If we are talking at interconnection between the third party, yeah. So API now become the hot topic. Yeah. I think not only for the external apps, but also in our internal, yeah. In our internal apps, for example, we have a core apps, for example, the demand supply apps, the logistic apps, yeah. That's our internal apps that for the demand supply, we are connect with our supplier, with our vendor, yeah. They can monitor the PO, yeah, for example, yeah, and also they provide the delivery time to us, yeah. That's all example how we interconnect with all our value chains, yeah. And of course, the majority we are connect each other using the API. So API, it's true, that's become a big challenge also for us, yeah. How we can now first, there are two things. Yeah, first about how many API that actually I have. Yeah, I need to know if we are talking the feasibility. Yeah, I split between our legacy system and also the apps that we will launch. Yeah, this feasibility actually it's quite different with the API gateway. Yeah. Maybe you are very familiar now with API gateway. Yeah? API gateway is not API security. Yeah? For our apps that we will launch, we can standardize all the API using the API gateway. That's true. Yeah, that's how we standardize API. But like I mentioned, we also have many API in our legacy system. Yeah. So the question is how I can know how many API that actually, yeah, in our environment now. That's the feasibility. Yeah. The second challenge, yeah. We know that of course many APIs, yeah, that already on place in our environment, yeah. The next question is how secure the API. How I now that actually the developer, yeah, develop the APIs follow our standards. Yeah, I don't know about that. So that's why I need a special tools, yeah, feasibility tools, yeah, focus on API security. Yeah. So here I'm talking about the API security, not API gateway. That's two different things. Yeah. If we are talking about the feasibility, yeah, maybe many tools now can provide the feasibility, but that's for the infrastructure security. Yeah. I have a cloud security posture, on-premise security posture. Yeah. I have a visualization actually. Yeah, about how our security actually now on premise and also on cloud. So all the tools they provide the dashboard, the visibility, but what I concern is all the security actually the focus is most in the infrastructure side. Yeah, that's from my point of view. Yeah, it's very difficult to have a visibility in API point of view. So that's I think very challenging now, and of course I'm very worried. Yeah, about if I cannot have accessibility, how I can understand that all the API is secure. So that's a challenge, Pak Andam.
Okay, so having an application open to the internet, then you have to know what are exactly open. Yeah. Which API can be accessed from outside. Yeah, so that is an important aspect for you to have visibility, to know exactly which API is being connected by external parties and probably what for. Yeah, okay, good part. So at least you are aware that when you open up, then you have the tendencies for your application to be more vulnerable because now external people are accessing it as well. Okay, let me move on to question 2. Yeah. Okay, so let's say like yourself here, Pak Darmadi, let's say that companies are aware then when they are becoming more open and connected, there are risks and there are consequences related to that. So let me move to Chris. How do you see the security team are preparing themselves for this? Are they sufficiently skilled? Are they sufficient in numbers to handle this risk? What do you think, Chris?
Okay, thanks. So I see that we have an esteemed panel with have numerous years of experience. And I think I just want to start with this conversation around API, right? And I know that API is nothing new. I know that in many years back, we have terminology called RPC, right? Remote Procedure Call, DCOM, Distributed Component Object Model, and SOAP. Those were the days, right? And I think it has evolved. So why I want to bring out this is that over the years, the ability to connect or getting apps to be connected remotely is nothing new. But over the years, these challenges has been evolving. And of course, with now API being so open connected, just now was mentioning, it becomes definitely very, very challenging. And because of the increase of the attack surface, companies, in fact, trying to beef up. So you mentioned about the security team part of it. How are security prepared? I would say that it's a constant challenge for a security team to always keep up with all these changes, right? Like what I mentioned, the change of technology and all this. But on the other side, let's also take a look at API is foundationally, I would say, software or application security, right? And if you look at this piece of things, right, then we start to understand the motivation of software developer. So we all know that software developer has a different KPI or what we call objective, is to build apps with the functionality as long as people love to use it and it's easy to use. And second thing is everyone wants to go home on time, right? Because yeah, you can spend as much time as to do everything, the security and how do you build that? So this poses another challenge, right? Because the software developer objective is to make sure the functionality works, but they may not have the security in mind to start with. So secure coding is fundamentally an important element that plays a part in API security. And especially now with so much of these possible attacks of the weakness of, let's say, API security through improper authentication, misconfiguration, you get the wrong authorization. And even one of the very challenging exposure of API were DDoS. And we all know enough in the industry that DDoS is not something you can easily deflect because it's not a vulnerability because you're serving a proper API to get the legitimate connection. But at the same time, the malicious hackers will try to bring your service down through different way. And of course, further to that, I would say that in order for even the best security, right, you can plug all the vulnerabilities, all the holes, right? But there are also business logic flaw within the API that will expose the apps towards maybe malicious intent. And of course, we know that misconfiguration has been a big challenge as well. And people make honest mistake. We all know maybe the developer were not careful or all this. So I would say that back to the question about preparing against this, from what I have described, is definitely a very daunting or challenging task for a security team to do it, right? And then the second question about, do we have the right skills? I would say it's equally challenging because of what I have described, right? Technology moves and changes over the years. And it's extremely difficult for anyone to claim to be an expert in knowing everything. And if you talk about security itself, right, application security is just one aspect. And I know that in order to be a good application security specialist, right, it's best that you have knowledge of software development or you have been a developer yourself. So this coupled with this challenge, right, meaning that the talent pool of such experts or people with that knowledge is become a lot more challenging, right? Because imagine you have to have a good developer and then a developer who knows how this thing works and how it breaks, and then they work in the cybersecurity side to protect. Yeah. So coupling with all this, I would say that it's definitely very challenging. Whether most companies are prepared, I would say that most companies know this is a problem. Many companies trying to prepare themselves well. And how do we then get people the right skills? So I do have some idea over there is that we can't continue to expect the expert to be in your organization. Then why not start thinking about how can we enable our developer to have the security knowledge, and also making sure that when they were doing development, they have that security mindset to start with. And I've been in organization where in one of my previous role, that we are aware that we actually send a lot of developers for secure coding courses. I think this is extremely helpful, because if you don't start from the start of the development of the apps, right, then you're trying to plug by hiring expert to kind of find the vulnerabilities and then plug it. It is going to be not a very sustainable, as well as a very, very challenging. So I guess these are the 2 points that I like to articulate on both whether companies are prepared. I would say generally company is aware, but trying to resolve that. And secondly, in terms of talent, we have to rethink about how can we do the API security in a sustainable way by empowering software developers to play a role to do secure coding. Yeah. Thanks.
Good. As far as skill sets go, it would be ideal if we have developers that are aware of security, security issues, as well as a security team that are conversant in application development themselves. Yeah, it would be ideally kind of merging that way. Yeah. Okay.
Pandang, allow me to add on a quick second round of comments. So I totally agree with Chris' viewpoint regarding the difficulty, the challenges of enabling the people to be able to use the tools. So I come from the other side. I do a lot of trainings. I've been involved in the recruitment of talent. I need talent as well. So what I found is, first of all, just to find somebody who understands basic security. In the old days, all these people tend to come from network infra. So these people to enable them to become skilled at application security is really a challenge. Yeah, these people come from a different world. If you look at the situation nowadays, with the fact the fintech industry is sucking up so much talent as well, I think anybody who's out there, including let's say heads of IT security, just to find one good guy is so difficult. So my own experience is, let's say I'm looking for one good engineer. I probably got to interview about 100 people. I can't afford to go to a headhunter. So it's really tough. So for sure, yeah, totally agree with Chris. Yeah, back to you, Pandang.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the situation is not improving, in that aspect, Pak Ray, yeah. It's very difficult to find a good security person, yeah.
So that's where the education institutes, that's where organizations like CSIS, IC2 come in place. So for info, yeah, I think Pak Chris is your counterpart in Singapore. He's also doing some security training as well outside the university. Yeah.
From one authorized trainer to another. Okay, good.
Maybe maybe let me just add in maybe one more words.
Yeah,
okay. Actually, I agree with what Chris mentioned. It's good to have someone familiar with some sort of basic security. But in the actual environment, it's tough because the developer and also the security is always, they have the issue of conflict in velocity of deployment.
Yep.
The developer, they want to roll out the app yesterday. Security team, you actually want to say, no, I have to wait. Let me test it. It may be a month later. So end now is, which one should come first? End of the day is the business. So a lot of companies I've been go through is that they have no time to validate or do go through the code, and they have to roll out immediately because of the business. So that is also another major issue as well.
Yep. Okay, good. I think I've heard that a lot, PK. So we need the application to be up yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, it's always a problem then because people in the last line, the security, they have the call, but actually it's the business side that is probably winning the war. Yeah. Okay, that explains a little bit why we see and we continue to see data breaches and attacks everywhere. Now coming to my question number 3. Yeah. Now what we need to know or we want to learn is that if we have data breach, how damaging is it nowadays? What kind of risk is bringing the most consequences to the business? Is it reputational? Is it legal? Is it loss of business? Or is it everything is fine? Just let it run for probably a month or 2, people will forget, and then the business will be coming back. Or is it that way? So I'll go to Boon Wah. In your experience, in the clients that you have been discussing with, what are the situation regarding this?
So I think definitely one of these things, data breach, is a very serious concern. So many countries has implemented personal data protection acts and all that, right? So, and associated with that is of course a fine, right? And of course, the organization's name will go up in the press, and that means reputations. And depending on the severity, there could be various legal action. Fine, I mentioned one of them. But a more serious one could be maybe class action or that kind of stuff. It depends on jurisdictions and that kind of stuff. So definitely it's a very important imperative for organizations to take a very serious look at ensuring all means to protect their data from leak, right? And then APIs definitely is one of those. For the past 2 to 3 years, as we've seen in many, in fact, very well-known logos right over the US everywhere. It's very big global tech companies, and they have a lot of financial resource. And those actually has data breach because and it's attributed to APIs. So you can see that even with very well machine or well-funded organization, this thing can happen. All right. So as an organization, there's anyone who has a absolute interest in I would say in our consumers, in protecting their data, right? We need to really make sure that we find all means the mechanism to bridge between the gaps of the security and the developers. Be it education is a long run, right? So then the thing is how we can also use tools and platforms, right, to bridge the gap, right, to make sure that this entire flow is seamless, and we can do it all together with little loss in terms of velocity. We can still do it quickly at the same time reflect out the security. So that's why I think it's very important as we speak to people and we understand more.
Okay, thank you. Indonesia, the personal data protection regulation has been in draft for several years, and we don't know when they would be mandated by the government. Still in draft as we speak. But if we look at the other references that we have here with regarding to either data protection or security, in GDPR, there is an obligation that companies handling data would have to be able to detect and then report on breaches in 72 hours. So I'm coming into the second question. So how is it that the company manage themselves to be able to detect that quickly and remediate and then report the risk that quickly as well? What do you think, Buma?
So I think it all begins with a complete visibility into your API repository, right? The number of APIs that you have in an organization. You need to build an inventory of that. And because those, as we the aforementioned speakers mentioned, those API could be delivered to gateways could be out there, Wild West in somewhere that we don't know. So we must first have a discovery mechanism to build a complete inventory. And then next, this system or whatever will help you to be able to classify those data, be able to list out all the details of the API. And then from there on, because API attack, for example, like if you heard of broken object level authorization, it's very difficult to detect. It's basically somebody who use a authorized token and basically modify the request user ID and try to retrieve somebody's data that does not belong to them, but using a already authorized token. So that kind of thing, it's happening over a period of time. So you need a system where you can build a model, right, via machine language or AI mechanism to basically first, from the discovery API, build a baseline model. And then on the real-time basis, continually monitor and study their behavior. So as this API is being triggered, and now today we talk about excessive, thousands or millions of transactions. The model can be built out very quickly, and you will be able to see and detect those anomalies, vulnerabilities, and misconfiguration. And from there, you build a mechanism where you can give notification to the stakeholder, to the workflows and all that, and also to do prevention by integrating to the security devices, so to speak. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that helps.
In agreement with what Darmadi has said earlier, we have to have feasibility first, what we actually have running and open to our partners, and then how they are used to be able to detect that, oh, something is not behaving correctly normally. So, okay, take it there. Yeah. Okay, moving on to question number 4. This is to Prof. Jess. You are from Malaysia, Prof. Jess. So I don't know how the state of the privacy or data protection regulation is in Malaysia. Hopefully, it's more advanced than Indonesia. But looking at the customers here, Prof, do they care over there, or in general in the region, Southeast Asia, about how their data is handled, how for what purpose that their data is being collected and then analyzed or used? And do they have, this is also important, do they have channels to get support in making sure that their data is handled appropriately? So what do you think, Prof?
Thank you very much for this question. It's a very important one. In Malaysia, there is already an act called a Personal Data Protection Act, which was passed back in 2010. This Personal Data Protection Act is basically looking into the personal data or consumer data on the pretext of business environment. So this PDPA does not go beyond business environment. So if we talk about private citizen, for instance, like GDPR, encroaches beyond business. It goes to citizen rights on personal data protection. So PDPA in Malaysia is only looking into the business boundaries only. So I'm hoping that someday, soon or someday, a revision of PDPA to be more enlarged to what GDPR is doing in Europe. Is something that I think something that I'm looking forward to see. Okay. In the context of how data is handled, basically, big companies have the resources to ensure that those customers' data are handled in much. I'm not sure what is better, but in a much more invested way. So the more investments are made to put an effort to make sure that data are not breached. Even so, data are breached. and millions of data are breached, and those data that is being breached are not only from the private sector but also from the government side. So one setback of Personal Data Protection Act in Malaysia was that the act excuses the government entities from being obliged to the same similar responsibility as the private sector. So that gives way, for instance, like if the data is breached by the, say, like by the Communication Commission, for instance, then they are protected under the law because they falls under the exception in the clause. So but when it comes to the private sector, then there is no exception. So they are penalized. So I hope that dichotomy in applying laws can also be reduced into equal responsibility between the government as well as the citizen side to protect data nowadays, because data has become the oil. The value has gone up to the oil, some say even a gold or even more than that. And I think we have seen recently, for instance, in Malaysia, in handling COVID-19, an application was created to make sure that everybody is vaccinated, properly recorded, and close contacts are accounted for, and this apps was developed by the private sector, supported by the government. But at the end of the day, again, I think there's an issue recently where the apps has been sold back to the private sector. So the concern in terms of citizens' data and customers' data is there, and how it is being traded as such, as a business. So these are some of the issues which are happening, and I think a lot more serious cases of data breaches are happening in the light of scams and scammers and misappropriation of facilities and so forth. So how do we address this issue? The API issues is not easy to be addressed. Come back to the API, because if you're looking into these general issues, I think we are struggling to put things right. Then when I talk about API requirements, secure API, talking about, I think the points raised by Chris just now about secure programming practice is good. I think that is the way forward. But again, we are very much human and very much working through the carrot and stick, So if there is no stick, I'm not going to follow, because especially if there is no stick and doing all these requirements are increasing my business costs, then it will reduce my business profit. Should I do it? Should I not do it? I think that ethics is inside the heart of every businessman, including me and Pare. So should I do it? Should I not do it? I mean, if I do it, I will lose business. Should I do it? If I'm not do it, then if there is no stick, then why should I do it? I mean, on another context, if there's a carrot of doing it, then let's say the government says if somebody can find they call it a bug bounty, some prizes being made for those bug APIs being found. That will generate a lot more interest among the youth, the younger generation, to look for API that is not good and publish it or inform authorities on that. So I believe that a best practice is there, and a technical solution to it, in the sense of training and building more skill sets is opportunity is there. And I also believe that security guys and the IT guys has to converge somehow. I think there are those days where security guys is on one side, application guys on the other side, has to has to somehow diminish, in the sense that every guy, either security or apps guy, has to know about how to handle security, and the security guys has to know how to handle apps as well. So the convergence will make us become more competent. But at the same time, the rules of engagement has to be laid out, in the sense that if I am the developer of the code, I should not be asked to validate the code or to become the quality assurance of this code. So then there should be a process whereby if I am the developer of the API, let someone else who is independent from me to validate the process before the API is being launched. So at least if we have this kind of practice of having a distance away to make sure that the API is properly formed, properly developed, that could help. But again, all these wish lists will never happen and can never happen only by voluntary action. So because at the end of the day, business requirements, business survival prevails. It's between, will I survive or will I not survive? Can I compete with my competitors, or can I not compete with my competitors? If my costs are higher than my competitors, then I cannot offer a lower price to my customer. At the end of the day, I did not get the business. Then should I do this, or should I do another road, another track, which I lower my cost? When we find something, we will fix it later, and then I can offer my customer a better price. My customer is happy. God willing, nobody find the hole, and everybody is safe. And these are another perspective. So I guess this is the way, this is the dilemma that we are facing. So support in making sure their data are handled properly varies. I guess it's very difficult to benchmark, and different industry, and in fact different company would handle it differently. Thank you, Pak Anda.
Yep, I agree totally with you, Prof. And even security has its own balance. Yeah, turns out, yeah. But we are in the same boat. Then I have to correct myself that in Indonesia we do have like a ministerial decree on privacy protection, but what we want to both expect that this would be escalated to being a regulations, to in Indonesia we call it undang-undang, regulatory base for the companies to operate. And then because of this is regulations, then hopefully it would have a bigger stick. You don't comply, you don't follow, then we whack you with a bigger stick. Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you,
okay. Going to the next question, I have to apologize to BK first. I know that you are not representing your company right now, but I read your product, and I see that you have what you call a DART strategy: discover, analyze, remediate, and test. This is in line with what we discussed here. The 4 questions so far: discover, being aware and the APIs are visible, and then analyze and remediate if there is any things that is not behaving normally, and then retest. The first step of DART is to discover. Now, going back again to Pak Darmadi's comment, so I have to know first how many APIs I have open to the internet. So my question to you is that, is it true that many companies actually have more open APIs than they are aware of? And why is that?
Okay, good questions. I will try my best to answer it. Of course, obviously, the answer is yes. Maybe just now, Pak Damari mentioned, visibility is an issue. In fact, if you talk to most of the customer, I would say that 99.999% of the customer, they cannot even provide you a real answer. The only 0.001% they can give a good answer because they have no internet access or they are not conducting business through web. So the answer is 0. Yeah. Yeah. But so first, we didn't understand why we know the API is important, but at the same time, we don't know what API are we running. So there are a couple of gray area right now on the solution that we are doing today. In fact, I look at most of the solution today that we have is we are protecting more on the network and not exactly the API. Example, first thing I need to share, API security does not equal to application security.
Okay.
Agree? We have solution like what application firewall to protect all the web-based application. But you are trying to use a tools that using for what application to control your API, which it doesn't work very well. It may do something, but it can't do 100%. Therefore, we have another solution called API gateway. But API gateway is more like trying to regulating how your API go, etc. It's not really 100% API security as well. So therefore, today you can see a lot of companies, they still have a what application firewall. They also have an API gateway. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, we need to talk about the traffic. We always assume that the traffic, API traffic will go through the gateway or application security firewall that we have today. Yes, that be able to go through about the north and south traffic that go out to internet, etc.
Yeah.
But how about if the traffic is running from east to west, which is within your internal? Or maybe it's within your internal data center or VPC. So if they're not going through those devices, do we have the visibility? So this is a common problem. It's like, do you want to send a patient when you reach hospital, you want to go straight to operation to take out their heart, take out their lung, take out their everything before we do a scanning? But that is happening today. I mean, a lot of IT, I go in, I assume my API will go through this device. So in the actual fact, they are not. So therefore, discovery becomes so important. You must perform discovery before we can do anything. Yeah. So, I mean, this is actually go back to part that Mario mentioned today is that his first concern is visibility is right because there are so many devices. Yeah. Every devices look at something. You talk to a developer and say that, hey, Pat, actually you follow the SDLC. Security, sorry, it's not my problem. You talk to security group. You talk to about security, say, you know, I try to block all the bad traffic, anything, I'm not sure, it's not my problem. Then you talk to an API guy, he said, oh, anything goes to API gateway, I know. The rest is not my problem. End of the day is, there's no one person here to tell you that, oh, I own everything. So that's the key. And just how Chris also mentioned about the mindset for the security, I mean, developer to understand. But a lot of time, they always pressured by the boss is that I want to roll out tomorrow, today. And I say, okay, if that's the case, let's do it. Okay, I just roll out, I don't care about security. And just some Boon Hua also mentioned about there are a lot of like applications are not written perfectly. Actually, sometimes it's not, they are not written. But a lot of cases that we actually outsource the application to the third party. And the third party may take this application, you replicate to all the 50 over customer. So is one of the API is compromised, all the 50 company will be compromised as well. So how are we going to validate all this source code is another issue. Last thing, come back to Dr. Jack is saying that, oh, the data privacy, who own it? So today we are like, the way how we protect it is like we have a lot of security device protecting your network. I'm stopping people from coming in. So if someone also, I have a token, I have a key, once I open it, I can go into your house, you are leaving all your money, all your document on your table. There's no safe at all. So whose problem is that? So in other words, in short, is we are spending too much time in protecting our network. There are no one actually looking at the how people are using the data. So we have to think, right, how to make our data safe. How do we know who is using it, who is entering our house, and what are they supposed to take care of? So that will be the key. Last but not least is a human being problem. It's a responsibility problem. If the CIO himself, he have to look at all this security, then he will have problem because the conflict interest is that I actually getting someone to come in to do a security assessment, and suddenly I found that there are a lot of issues. Am I going to tell my boss, hey, actually I'm not doing my job? So sometimes it will be good that for you to segmentize the responsibility. It's like maybe auditing, the audit department and the security department, they should be separated. That's where you actually can have a better security practice. I hope I answered some of your questions.
And then some, BK. Yeah.
Yeah. Did I miss out any?
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we have a bit of description. If we're talking about API, we have to know how many APIs, how many applications are open, what services are usable, what services can be consumed by other parties. And then second is to analyze, whether how do I manage the access, how do I manage the data being accessed, and manage the security of the data. And then the next two steps to remediate if there are any shortcomings, and then retest the way that the application is behaving, and then open them up again. Is that a kind of a summary of what?
Yes, definitely. I mean, this is something that is the ideal situation. Okay. That means to do it, we should have a solution that it should be good to be our bank, which is don't interrupt with what is your existing setup. And you should able to listen, understand what is running in your network. Then after that, you're able to analyze every single API. Okay, the first thing is that since you're talking about the that strategy, and let me talk a little bit, otherwise my marketing lady will come to me, Vicky, you're not talking anything. Okay. Yeah. So first you have to do a discovery to document and inventory all the API that you have or what they are doing. And then after that, you must do something called runtime to check, to analyze which API is actually doing something funny. And then how can you provide the limitation to the developer and guide them how to do the right coding. And then at the same time, in case anything go wrong, you want to do immediate, you can actually trigger an event to instruct all the parental security device like API gateway or maybe firewall to block it accordingly. Last but not least, you have to do continuous testing. A lot of time we think that, oh, after I fix the API, tomorrow I issue. This is one statement that I hear from one of the customer. He told me that, PK, my major issue today is I have so many API running. Every 2 weeks, my programmer add in new API until he don't know what. Today, he think that it's doing well. Tomorrow, someone change the new schema, someone change something, they're not aware about it. Therefore, you need a solution to help you to monitor. In case someone change the schema, change the field, or add in the new info to the API, you will know. And also a very common practice is when first write API, when you send a request, they may respond about maybe three data types. After 1 year later, you can see that you send one request, they reply maybe 50 over different data type. From your bank account there above, everything all in. Because as and when people, there's a new request, you just add on to it. No one is monitoring. And that is a major problem as well.
Okay. Good points, PK. So I would invite other panel members if they want to add to PK's answer to these questions, or in general to our topics for the discussion panel today?
So I just add on a quick comment about that. So we always say in security is always a case of you don't know what you cannot see. Yeah, so what I'm hearing is at this point in time, if you're in charge of, let's say, IT security team, or you're in charge of an enterprise team, you're kind of like flying blind with a lot of blind spot. Yeah, so we like to start off the conversation with how many APIs do you have? Yeah, so back to the key points, you don't know what you cannot see. Yeah, I'll hang back to you, Pandang. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Okay, Pak Darmadi, Bunwa, Prof. Jess, any last comments about our topics?
Yeah, I think PK already summarized everything. Yeah, very comprehensive and very true. So I think from my point of view, from the enterprise point of view, how we take an action, yeah, based on that. Yeah, so it's very important for the enterprise to take a quick actions to ensure that especially the API, yeah, the API that we use, we have a visibility, and we are ensure that all the API actually is secure. So that's from me. Thank you, Pandang.
Thank you, Pak Darmadi.
My last point or comment suggestion is that again there must be a systematic way to manage these requirements at the government level, as well as at the whether it is a regulatory level or at the industry level, so that some kind of minimum requirements can be defined, and a way to create an incentives, a carrot and stick concept, or else this become a dream. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak.
Maybe for myself, since I started with talking about the skills and resources, right? I'm pretty sure that with this evolution, there will be solutions that address the challenge of manpower shortage, and there will be a more efficient way of having this API security to be addressed through a form of either a platform or a more sustainable way of ensuring that despite a company may not afford to hire the people with the expert, but you can leverage on some of these solutions to help to address. But I wouldn't say that it will fully remove the need of human, but it will augment the security specialists to play their job well and to be able to scale it up, yeah, to a larger, footprint.
Yep. And we know that human are not scalable, yeah, Chris.
Yeah. Very much, unless you can clone yourself and replicate. Or it is challenging. Or maybe technology comes to one day.
Yep.
Don't worry too much. If anything about the data security, you have any question, call here. No name. Okay.
So Pandang, I guess we are almost at the end of the whole session. Okay. So this is important. Yeah, we talk about training is important. So out there, audience, everybody, for me, I'm a big champion of IC2. I always like to put the CISSP title behind all my friends' name when we're doing something together. So yeah, almost everybody in the room was or ever carrying a CISSP before. Then before we end the show, I think the no name marketing team put in a lot of effort. Just allow me to bring you all quickly back to the no name booth. It's worth a last look for the audience and ourselves before we close off the show. So Pandang, allow me to take over your screen, yeah, for last 3 minutes. I will not take long. Okay, so actually back into the exhibition area, beautiful booth with the word no name down there. The name itself kinds of is you can raise a conversation with that. And I'll pull down, let's say, one of these, to end the show. Okay, I need to switch on the sound. Maybe this one is better. PK, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one do you prefer? Let's listen to Carl. Yeah, he's a CISO.
About 5 years ago, I started looking at API security as an essential part of my organization's digital transformation. So as a CISO for financial services, this has been on my radar for a long time. But what I had found with early strategies for API security is the technology platforms simply weren't there. Until about a year ago when I first started working with No Name. That ability to discover the entirety of the API estate, east-west, that's a significant differentiator for No Name, and it allowed me as a CISO for the first time to see the completeness of my inventory. There is the combination of No Name platform is a substantial.
Oh, sorry. Okay, hang on a second. Let me bring it up again.
Substantially complementary. About 5 years ago, I started looking at API security as an essential part of my organization's digital transformation. So as a CISO for financial services, this has been on my radar for a long time. But what I had found with early strategies for API security is the technology platforms simply weren't there. Until about a year ago when I first started working with No Name. That ability to discover the entirety of the API estate, east-west, that's a significant differentiator for No Name, and it allowed me as a CISO for the first time to see the completeness of my inventory. There is the combination of No Name platform is substantially complementary to having a web application firewall, as well as the connections to the gateway.
Right, so there's a quick view of the booth. I'm going to thank the No Name marketing team for all the effort to put together all this, and of course, I'm going to thank No Name for making the show possible. So, friends, audience out there, with that, Pandang, of course, thanks for doing a great job as a moderator. I'm going to thank my own team. I think we've been sleeping 5 hours for the whole week, yeah, just to make sure that all this goes smooth. Chris, good to have you on board. First time on XCION show. Look forward to hearing more and more from you. You're a great panelist. So audience, everybody, with that, allow me to close off the show. But Damani, as usual, thanks for coming in. Yeah, great insights from you as usual. Yeah, thank you very much. I will ask permission to close off. Thank you.